door, finding McCraven, pass a little high for him. McCraven had a reset, puts it up off the glass, good.
Out to Hallie Crockett, her second baseball pass up the floor to Abby Richmond. Right-handed layup for two.
Still backing and backing, gets stalled again, and picks up 2 points. So 2-point takedown.
The puck tries to reverse along the boards, taken away by Parker. Fouled out of goal! Parker tees up Brody Schultz!
A right-handed dribble goes to Reichel. Deep three-pointer on the way. That's good.
Up the floor, Severson over to Bevins all alone. Steps up, shoots the three, and it's good.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Hey, welcome everybody to the 2023 New Salem East-West Classic. We're broadcasting out of the old barn in New Salem, North Dakota for the 45th annual New Salem Mini-State Wrestling Tournament. New Salem East-West Tournament originated way back in 1977. We're here for the 2023 edition for the East-West Classic out of New Salem, North Dakota, home of New Salem Sioux. And getting right into it. We're currently sitting at 132 pounds in the championship rounds. Working our way up through, started at 170 pounds, went back up through heavyweight, then 106. So we're working our way back up to 160 here in the championship rounds, our first rounds of wrestling here from New Salem on yourliveevent.com. We're going to step away here. We're going to step away here for a quick second here on yourliveevent.com and break away for about a 30-second timeout. Come back, get you reset here for our weight classes that we have coming up, and then get into some of the quarterfinal bouts that are scheduled to start here at approximately 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So be back in 30 seconds.
New 39-foot Wilrich chisel plow at Ziegler Ag Equipment. Other used equipment on the lot, Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9 North Ada. They thank you for your business. 218-784-2961.
Don't let the flu get you down. Fight the flu with a shot of prevention. Stop at Hillsborough Drug and get your flu shot today. No appointment is necessary. Shingle shots are also available. And don't forget your other pharmacy and healthcare needs at Hillsborough Drug. Over-the-counter medications, vitamins, health and beauty items as well. For your convenience, Hillsborough Drug offers mail-out service and delivery of your prescriptions. Check out the gift items for all occasions, too. Hillsborough Drug is a locally owned pharmacy and proud to serve the area. They thank you for trusting them with your business at Hillsborough Drug.
Hey, welcome back here to New Salem, North Dakota. We're broadcasting live from the barn inside the New Salem High School Gymnasium here at the East-West Classic. Wrestling started today at 170 pounds in your championship round brackets. We did have some prelim matches that preceded our championship round here, but we started at 170 pounds, worked our way through, and now we're up to 132 pounds in the championship bracket here in our first round of wrestling. Just looking at the some of the 170 pound, or going to our 170 pound quarterfinals coming up at 170 pounds. We have Bowden Greenlee, number one. Bowden Greenlee will take on Brock Wendell. Greenlee advanced to the quarterfinals by fall at 22-second mark. And he'll face Brock Wendell from Lemoore. Brock Wendell advanced to the quarterfinals at 170 pounds by fall, also over Lucas Wiedner in minute 33.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole, mat number 2, 138 pounds.
You have Jace Nitschke, number 2 ranked wrestler, number 2 seeded wrestler here at the East-West Classic. Will face DeAndre Anderson from Kenmare Bull Bills. And Nitschke advanced by fall at 1 minute 39 seconds. DeAndre Anderson from Kenmare Bull Bills advanced by fall over Tucker Nelson from Stanley by fall, minute 23. And then your other quarterfinals have Josh Meal from Oaks at 170 pounds, taking on Cole Henderson from Northern Lights. Josh Meal won by fall over Austin Schneibel in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Cole Henderson advanced by a fall over Blake Wolbaum from Beaumont County in a minute 24. Your final quarterfinal at 170 pounds will be Brock Norton from New Salem Almont wrestling Carter Miller from Deslax Burlington. So Norton advanced by a fall over Tyson Johnson from Kindred. And Miller advanced by tech fall over Drew Thorpe from Ellendale Edgerly Calm. That's your 170-pound quarterfinalists. And going to 182 quarterfinalists for the Ellendale Edgerly Calm Thunders, number 1 seeded Ivan Caruth advancing by fall over Carter Iverson. He'll take on Trevin Sago from Beulah Hazen. Sago won by decision 2-1 over number 8 seeded Herman Koch from South Border. So Sago, this one they seeded out to the top 9. They had the 8 and 9 going at it. And Sago came out on top of that by a slim 2-1 victory. So he'll face Ivan Caruth, the 182-pound quarterfinal. Then in the other quarterfinal in the top part of the bracket is number 5 seeded Levi Svem, who advanced by a fall over Naja Marshall from Standing Rock with the 19-second fall. He'll face Jackson Holter from Kenmare Bull Bells Burke Central. Holter advanced also by fall over Devin Eason from Mondack Thunder. And that's your top bracket for 182-pound quarterfinals. And the bottom side of the bracket, Tristan Pikas won by fall over Carter Protasic from Oaks in 45 seconds. And then Brady Lettenmeyer advances by fall over Dane Jepson from Kildare. Lettenmeyer's from Lemoore, so he'll wrestle Pikas in the quarterfinals at 182. And then Trey Bombach from Stanley received a bye, and he'll face Isaac Herbal, the number 2 seeded wrestler from Northern Lights at 182 pounds. He advanced to the quarterfinals over Eric Salazar from Napoleon. So those are your 182-pound quarterfinalists coming up here shortly at the New Salem East-West Tournament. And going into 195 pounds. Like I said, we started championship round here today at 170 pounds. So 195-pound quarterfinalists are Braden Seltzler from Velva. Number 1 seeded Braden Seltzler taking on Halixio Eagle from Standing Rock. Eagle was a winner, 6-5 winner by decision over Rodney Wolf from Kindred. Wolf was seeded number 8. Eagle pulling out a little bit of an upset there, defeating Rodney Wolf to advance to the quarterfinals against Braden Seltzler at 195 pounds. And number 5, Landon Potasic from Oaks will face Mason Olander from New Salem Almat. Potasic advanced by major decision, 15-7 over Callan Garber from Carrington, and Olander from New Salem Almont advanced by fall in a minute 02 over Trey Leducer from Northern Lights. Your bottom side of the bracket at 195, your quarterfinalists. A little bit of an upset here at 195 was Griffin Wilhelmy from Stanley, a sophomore with a 15-11 record. He won by fall over Andrew Christensen from Kenmare Bull Bells Burke Central, a senior with a 7-2 record, so he advances over the number 3 seeded wrestler Andrew Christensen by fall in 5:25. So Christian goes to the wrestleback rounds there, and he'll face Gus Strauman from Beulah Hazen. And Wilhelmy will face in the quarterfinals Nick Anderson from Hettinger Scranton. He advanced by a major decision, 14-0 over Gus Strauman from Beulah Hazen. And then your final quarterfinalist at 195 pounds from Lisbon is Gabe Lyons, who advanced by fall in a minute 40 over Devin Gator from Napoleon. He'll face Jonathan Smith from Deslax Burlington, who defeated Birch Bang from Kildare by decision 3-1. So those are your quarterfinalists for 195. 220. Number 1 seeded Shane Nitschke from South Border won by fall and advances to the quarterfinals over Jake Holberg. So he advances by fall in 39 seconds over Holberg. And then Max Klein here at 220 advances by, received a bye in that first round or championship round. So Nitschke will face Max Klein from Oaks. And then at second quarterfinal on your top side of the bracket at 220 is Bowden Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. He advances by fall in 4:31 over Ethan Jessen from Stanley. He'll face Armani Smith from Beulah Hazen. Smith advanced over Cole Richard by fall in a minute 20. The bottom side of the bracket, quarterfinalist Noah Klusman defeated Drew Anderson by pin in minute 39. He'll face Jonathan Leonard from Northern Lights, who received a bye in the first round. And then number 7, Sage Gushis, 7th-seeded wrestler, will face Mace Stuber from Bowman County. Stuber advanced by fall over Nathan Robbins from Deslax Burlington. in a minute 02. So those are your quarterfinalists at 220: Nitschke, Klein, Hasbrook, Smith, Klusman, Leonard, Gushis, and Stuber. And then your heavyweight quarterfinalists. AJ Hines, number 1 seeded wrestler here at the East-West tournament. He defeated Gavin Gill from Kenmare Bull-Bellsburg Central by fall in 36 seconds. Hill faced Ian Toll from Rugby in your first quarterfinal at 285. And then Jaden Hankel advances by fall over Matthew Jacobs from Stanley in a minute 17. He'll face Bryce Powdy from Northern Lights, who received a bye in the first round. That's the top side of the bracket, quarterfinalists at 285. And bottom side of the bracket, Gabe Lackaduk will face Joshua Hayes. So Hayes pulling a little bit of an upset by defeating Hudson Gelden from Rugby. Gelden was the number 6 seeded wrestler at 285. So Hayes from South Border advances by fall to the quarterfinals to face Gabe Lackaduk. And then Fernando Rios from Hillsborough Central Valley will face Grant Lyons, number 2 seeded wrestler at 285. So your finalists 285 are Hines, New Salem Almont, Toe from Rugby, Henkel, Oaks, Prouty from Northern Lights, Lackaduk from Velva, Hayes from South Border, Rios from Hillsborough Central Valley, and Gabe Lyons from Lisbon. And turning the pages all the way back to 106 pounds. We started today at 170 pounds on your championship side of the brackets, or for your championship round at the East-West tournament, along with a few prelims. But 106 quarterfinalists. Number 1 seeded Dalton Feist will face will face Ryland Vetter from South Border. Vetter defeating Gage Holter by fall in 325. So they had the 8 and 9 seeded wrestler going at it in that first championship round, and Vetter came out on top by fall, 325 over Gage Holter. So Holter goes to the wrestlebacks, and then he'll face Dalton Feist to advance by fall in 257 over Tristan Miller from Williams County. And then your second quarterfinalist in that top side of the bracket is Matthias Dahlstrom, Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont. So Mossbrucker defeated number 5 Dahlstrom by fall in 549. So Mossbrucker was up there in those prelim matches. He got his match with number 5 Matthias Dahlstrom in the championship round. So he advances by fall to the quarterfinals, and he'll face Logan Potts, number 4 seeded wrestler. Potts advanced by tech fall over Sky Kramlich from Carrington. Your bottom side of the bracket, your quarterfinalists is Henderson from Northern Lights. Henderson will face Jack Bombach from Kildare. Bodie Henderson advanced by decision, major decision, 9-1 over Cutter Koradak from Bowman County. And he'll face Jack Bombach, number 6 seeded wrestler, who defeated Loudenhaugen from Newtown Partial by fall in a minute 42. And then number 7, Cruz Ranke, will face Keen Bell. So Cruz Ranke and Keen Bell, the last set of quarterfinals at 106 pounds. Number 7 seeded Cruz Ranke facing number 2 seeded Keen Bell from Velva. Ranke advanced by decision 8-5 over Walker Miller from EEK. That was at 106 pounds. And 113 pounds. 113-pound quarterfinalist is Charlie Irwin from New Salem Almont. He'll face Justin Torrell, number 9 seeded wrestler. So Torrell advanced to the quarterfinals by major decision over Liam Albrecht from Kildare. So Torrell wins by major decision 11-3 to face number 1 seeded Charlie Irwin from New Salem Almont in your first quarterfinal at 113. And then your second quarterfinal, the top side of the bracket, is Jagger Sand, who won by fall over Gores from Northern Lights in 542. And he'll face Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bells, who defeated Liam Lepp from South Border by fall in 307. So that's your top side quarterfinals for 113. Going to the bottom side is Pitch Hager from Velva. He'll face Drew Carr from Carrington. So number 3 and number 6 seeded wrestlers facing off in the quarterfinals at 113. Drew Carr advanced by decision 8-7 over TJ Boyer from Mondack Thunder. And then Pitch Hager won by fall over Gavin Rude from Kindred to make it into the quarterfinals. And then your second set of quarterfinals is Grayson Lyons from Lisbon. Won a 2-1 decision over number 7 seeded Joey Hyde from Lemoore. He'll face Riley Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. Hasbrook defeated Broderick Mole from Beulah Hazen by fall in a minute 26. So your quarterfinalists at 113 are Irwin and Toral, Sand from EEK, Mellon from Kenmare Bowbells, Burke Central, Hager from Velva, Carr from Carrington, and then Lyons from Lisbon and Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. So those are your quarterfinalists at 113 pounds coming up here shortly. And then moving on to 120-pound quarterfinalists is number 1 seeded Trace Hogarth. Received a bye. Hogarth from Carrington. He'll face Alex Tandesky from Northern Lights. Tandesky won by major decision over Carson Brunel from Williams County. And that's your first set of quarterfinalists. Second set on the top side of the bracket is Cade Else, who received a bye into the quarterfinals. He'll face Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. Kajed advanced by decision 6-3 over Paul Mellon from Kenmare Bowbells. And bottom side of the bracket quarterfinalist is Noah Anderson from Lisbon. He'll take on Joseph Keller from South Border. So number 3, number 6 seeded wrestlers battling out 120 quarterfinals. And Anderson advanced by fall over Sean Barrett from Deslax Burling. So Deslax Burlington and Keller also advancing by fall. This one over Aiden Hagemeister from New Salem Almont to make it into the quarterfinals. And then Elijah Ramos from Kildare on the bottom side of the last set of quarterfinalists will face Tanner Defoe. Defoe received a bye going into the quarterfinals, and then Elijah Ramos won by major decision 15-1 over Christopher Lebrand from Napoleon. And going into 126 pounds, we're at 138, 145 pounds now for your championship rounds, but we're looking at your quarterfinalists. At 126 pounds. So 126-pound quarterfinalist is number 1 Ryan Eng, won by a major decision over Braylon Herman from Northern Lights, and he'll face Braxton Yanish from Velva. Yanish advanced by a decision 5-1 over John Junt from Rugby. So that's your first set of quarterfinalists at 126. Second set, top side of the bracket, is Tristan Lepp. Defeated Jace Duffy from Lemoore. Lepp from South Border defeated Duffy from Lemoore by fall in 346. And then Clayton Hinker from Beulah Hazen defeated Kyler Shaleski. Shaleski, the number 4 seeded wrestler in the tournament at 126. He goes down to Hinker from Beulah Hazen by decision 8-3. And then number 3, Sawyer Owens, bottom side of the bracket. He'll face Aaron Brimhall from Williams County. So Sawyer Owens advances from Hillsborough Central Valley to the quarterfinals. He wins by fall over Riley McIntosh from Newtown Partial. And Brimhall, number 6 seeded wrestler, he defeated Blaine Wald from Oaks in a by fall in a minute 40. And then your last set of quarterfinalists at 126 pounds is Miles Theolgis and Trenton Klatt. So Theolgis, number 7 seeded Miles Theolgis, advanced by fall over Cameron Benson from Kildare. Out follows in 3:14, and he'll face he'll face Trenton Klatt from New Salem Almont. Klatt advanced by fall over Bryce Schneider from Napoleon in a minute 29. So your finalists here at 126 pounds are Eng and Yanish, Lepp and Hinker, Owens and Brimhall, and Theolgis and Klatt at 126 pounds. And going on to your 132-pound quarterfinalists, we're getting caught up with our tournament now, is number 1 Carson Hildre from Velva. He'll face Victor Christian from Mondack Thunder. So Hildre advanced by tech fall over Jeremiah Schmidt. And then Christian advanced by fall over Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore to make it to the quarterfinals at 132 pounds. And then your second set of quarterfinalists at 132, top side of the bracket, number 5 seeded Riker Vetter from South Border will face William Cook from Kenmare Bowbells, Burke Central. And Rylan Vetter advanced by fall in 46 seconds over Bridger Anderson from Northern Lights. And William Cook advanced into the quarterfinals by fall in a minute 7 over Trayvon Williams. Here's bottom side quarterfinals at 132, or Daxton Esslinger from Napoleon will face Zane Allender, 6-seeded Zane Allender from Oaks. And Esslinger advanced by fall in a minute 27 over Bryson Amiot from Rugby. Allender advanced by fall in a minute 7 over Riker Lackerwitzer from Kindred. Your bottom side, second set of quarterfinalists on the bottom side of the brackets is Caleb Sarsland from Bowman. We'll face Cashton Wadeson from Lisbon, number 2 seeded Cashton Wadeson. And Sarsland advanced by fall over Caden Smith from Deslax Burlington, Sarsland seeded number 7. And then Cashton Waitson, number 2 seeded Cashton Waitson, advanced by a fall in a minute 32 over Trevor Dowley from Hettinger Scranton. So your our quarterfinalists at 132 pounds are Hildre from Velva, Christian from Mondack Thunder, Vetter from South Border, Cook from Kenmare, Bowbells, Burke Central, Esslinger from Napoleon, Allender from Oaks, Sarsland from Bowman, and Waitson from Lisbon. Quarterfinalists at 132 pounds. The quarterfinalists at 138. 138-pound quarterfinalists now getting caught up with the tournament. You have Corbin Clifton from Carrington taking on Sawyer Knoll from Bowman County Beach. So Clifton advanced by a fall in a minute 25 over Adam Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley. Sawyer Knoll from Bowman County Beach advanced by a major decision, 8-0 over Madden Barstead from Belva. Then your second set on the top side of the bracket, quarterfinals at 138, is Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights. He'll face Carter Wallner from Lisbon. So DeLong advanced by fall over Fisher Johnson from Kindred in 249, and Wallner defeated Brighton Matchavosky from Kenmare Bowbells Burke Central by decision 5-1. In the bottom side bracket, quarterfinalists is number 3 Gus Bombach will face Brody Hoffman from South Border. Gus Bombach from Kildare defeated Cooper Breedall by tech fall, and Brody Hoffman defeated Aiden Jones from Mondack Thunder by fall in a minute 08. And then your last set of quarterfinalists is Grant Wagner from Oaks, advances to the quarterfinals. He won by fall over Gavin Davidson from Williams County. And then your second set of quarterfinalists here at 138 pounds, still waiting to be decided here between that match between Maddox Shockman and Cole Gerhardt. Gerhardt, defending state champion, out here on the mat right now, working for a fall. He's up 11-1 currently over Maddox Shockman, and he'll win by fall in advance for the New Salem Almont Holsteins. So that are your quarterfinalists for 138 pounds. Is Clifton from Carrington, Knoll from Bowman County Beach, Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights, Carter Wallner from Lisbon, Gus Bombach from Kildare, Brody Hoffman from South Border, Grant Wagner from Oaks, and Cole Gerhardt from New Salem Almont. They're just making our way now to 145 pounds. We do have some of those final results, but most of these matches now on the mat are at 145 pounds in your championship round. So we'll just go ahead and we'll focus on those matches. So right now on mat number 2 is Logan Vincent from Velva taking on Jaron Frank from Hettinger. And mat number 1 is Colby Sperry versus Rocker Aguilar. We got to switch these mat numbers around here. Get our coverage squared away. See some magic right before your very eyes. All right, that should match up now with our mat numbers, mat assignments here at the East-West Classic. So mat number 2 is Ryland Wald versus Harrison Schwartz. So Ryland Wald wearing the black singlet with the orange tornado down the backside. From Oaks, North Dakota, they're wrestling on mat number 2. And mat number 1, Colby Sperry from Bowman County, wrestling Rocker Aguilar. Aguilar leads this one by a score of 8-3. That's on mat number 1. And mat number 3, Noak Swenson from Kindred, wrestling Gage Holter from Kenmare Bull Bells. Noak Swenson, an 8th grader with a 12-12 record. Holter, a freshman with a 10-5 record. It's in the second period with Swenson leading that one by a score of 8-0. That's also a backup to a prelim match at 106 pounds. That's on mat number 3. So Rocker Aguilar wins this one by an 8-3 decision over Colby Sperry from Bowman County. That was on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Ryland Wald and Harrison Schwartz. Schwartz from Deslax Burlington is up 2-0.
In the hole on mat number 1.
Schwartz will start bottom. That's on mat number 2. Schwartz, a junior with the 31-9 record, wrestling Ryland Wald, a junior, the 10-8 record at 145 pounds.
152 pounds, Lindgren of South Border, Spear of Kenmare.
Match on mat number 3 in the back room. You got the New Salem East-West Classic at 106 pounds. Now Swenson leads by a score of 8-5. That's in period number 3 at the minute 22 to go. Swenson leads 8-5 over Gage Holter. Holter able to close the gap on that. Swenson was up 8-0. Start the third period, so now an 8-5 score. And mat number 1 now up is Riley Dahl from New Salem Almont, a senior with 17-10 record, wrestling Dante Hart, a senior from Standing Rock with a 2-10 record. That's up on mat number 1. Schwartz with an escape. He's now up 3-0. Now with a takedown, 2-point takedown. Goes right away. Okay, he's going into a chop the arm to a chicken wing. Now he comes up hard with the crossface. On mat number 2 here with Harrison Schwartz, he's up 3-0.
In the hole on mat number 3. In the hole on mat number 3.
That match did go final.
13 pounds.
Back there with Swenson from Kindred. We'll have to wait for that final to come up here and see what the result of that one is. That's that was a 106-pound prelim. Now up on mat number 3 is Josh Turnus from Beulah Hazen, 7th grader, 15-13 record, wrestling Walker Miller, an 8th grader with 11-12 record. Miller's from EEK. Miller lost his first round match to Cruz Ranke. It was a close one. I believe it was an 8-5 score, lost by decision to Cruz Ranke from Lisbon, 8-5. So he finds himself back in the prelim rounds to make it into the consolation bracket here at 106 pounds. That match is now up on mat number 3. Riley Dahl now up by a score of 9-0. So that's a 9-0 score for Riley Dahl in the second, going into the third period on mat number 1. That was Noak Swenson. Noak Swenson from Kindred does win by fall in 4:57 over Gage Holter. So Swenson will advance into the consolation bracket at 106 pounds, I believe. Holter is eliminated. I'll have to go back and check that. So now Dahl up 11-0. So Dahl is up 11-0 over Dante Hart on mat number 1. And the match is now final. Riley Dahl wins by a fall over Dante Hart from Standing Rock. And mat number 2, Harrison Schwartz now with a 7-0 lead over Ryland Wald from Oaks. We're in the third period with 30 seconds to go. So Schwartz from Deslex Burlington. With the 7-0 lead. And then on mat number 3, 106 pounds, and that prelim match is Josh Turnus has a 4-0 lead over Walker Miller. Turnus from Beulah Hazen, a 7th grader, 15-13. Walker Miller, 8th grader, 11-12 record from EEK. So Turnus leads that one 4-0 in the second period with 34 seconds left.
In the hole on mat number 2, 152 pounds, Tucker Hamba of Kildare.
Now up on mat number 1, Mason Ulmer taking on Braden Steffes. That's here on mat number 1. Mat number 2. Harrison Schwartz advances over Ryland Wald. In mat 3 at 106 pounds, Josh Turnus is up 4-0 over Walker Miller. Start of the third period. That's on mat number 3 in the back room, 106-pound prelim. And mat number 2 now up Carson Glaseman wrestling Tanner Mengi on mat 2. Outmatch just underway in the first period with 1:32 to go. You have a technical violation on Braden. Looks like it'll go on Mason Melmer. So I believe Braden Steffes is now up 1-0 over Mason Melmer. So Melmer dinged with a technical violation. Didn't see what that was, but Steffes is up 1-0 with 30 seconds to go in the first period. And a hard draw for Melmer to start the tournament wrestling Steffes senior. Both seniors out there. Steffes 7-4 record. Mason Melmer 23-6. Also returning state place winner for Beulah Hazen. We do have a final there. Josh Turnus is your winner over Walker Miller. So Turnus wins by a fall and 4:45 at 106 pounds over Walker Miller. So that's Miller's second loss of the tournament. And now up on mat number 3 from Henniger Scranton is Nick Dobitz, an 8th grader with an 8-18 record, wrestling Loudenhaugen from Newtown Partial, a freshman with an 0-1 record. That's a mat number 3, 106-pound prelim.
On mat number 3, we will move into the Consolation quarterfinal.
It's still a start of the second period on mat number 1 between Mason Melmer and Braden Steffes. Steffes is up 1-0. And Melmer's currently on top. You see him riding on top there with the black singlet with the blue pinstriping on it. Steffes wearing the black singlet with the logo across the front. Now Melmer's able to hit a chin drop. Hits a chin drop on Steffes. Attacking the arm and head. Steffes in trouble now, giving up near fall. Melmer's up 2-1 with 1:27 to go. We're working for the fall, and he wins by a fall. Well, the official got down there, slaps the mats. Mason Melmer advances by a fall for Beulah Hazen. On to the quarterfinals at 145 pounds.
Holstein Wrestling reunion down on the City Auditorium will begin at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We extend a welcome to everyone in the stands, Holstein fans and regulars, to please come down and see over 60 years of Holstein Wrestling on display at the auditorium.
So mat number 2 between Carson Glaseman and Tanner Mengi. It's a 4-1 score now. So Glaseman up 4-1 from South Border over Mengi from Kindred. Glaseman, a junior, 23-5 wrestling Tanner Mengi, a 7th grader from Kindred, 17-11 record. We're in the second period with 1:28 to go. Glaseman currently on top, wearing that kind of dark blue singlet with the white trim. Hard to differentiate between the Kindred and the South Border singlet. Kindred has the a white trim around the legs. So Glaceman up now 4-2 with that escape by Mengi. And on mat number 3, Loudenhaugen has a 6-0 lead over Nick Daubitz from Hettinger Scranton. That's in the second period with a minute 11 to go at 106 pounds on mat 3. Mat number 1, Marshall Lindgren working for the fall against Landon Spear. Win by a fall in advance to the quarterfinals at 152 pounds at a minute 09. The minute 09 mark in the first period. Marshall Lindgren, your winner by fall from Southport at 152 pounds.
In the hole, mat number 1. In the hole, mat number 1.
And mat number 2.
52 pounds. Tail Ibach.
Still a 4-2, or now a 6-2 score. Glaceman goes up 6-2 with a takedown. Down to 10 seconds to go in the second period. So Carson Glaceman from South Border up 6-2. He gets warned for stalling. So red warned for stalling. Glaceman will get another point. I believe that's what happened. That would have been on mat number 2. You don't see a point going up on the board, but Glaceman leads 6-2 going into the third period. And mat number 1 is Jaden Weathersby from Williams County, 15-14 record. He's a senior wrestling Emery Knoll from Bowman County Beach. Knoll's a sophomore, 22-3 record right now. Knoll's on top, has a cradle hooked up on mat number 1. Has head in the side, or head in the hole as we call it. He's trying to get Weathersby back on the mat into a scoring position. They get called out of bounds. Knee goes out for a restart back in the center of the mat. And Emery Knoll from Bowman County leads that one by 2-0 with a minute 11 to go in that first period. Now they put that score or point up on the board, so 7-2 lead for Glaceman. Mengi's been warned for stalling, so he's given up a point to Glaceman for stalling. They're in the third period with a minute 22 to go. That match in the back room, third period, started the third period between Dobbitz from Hettinger Scranton and Haugen from Utah Power Show is now an 8-4 score with Haugen leading that one at 106 pounds. They're in the third, started the third period on mat 3. Yeah, stop. So I don't know. So now an 8-2 score. Now an 8-2 score. The referee just went over to clarify at the scorers table. Now an 8-2 score with another stalling call. Glaceman up 8-2 over Mengi from Kindred. And Mengi currently underneath in that situation position. Glaceman on top on mat number 2. And Glaceman steps around behind and goes to the Iowa Rider ankle spike. Picks up 2 points now. Going to pick up a 10-2 major decision here with 36 seconds to go. The start of the second period at 152 pounds on mat 1 as Emery Knoll still up 2-0 over Weathersby from Williams County. It's a 2-0 score at the start of the second period on mat number 1. And Knoll right away, nice double leg, is going to elevate, takes him down to the mat. Has him going to his back, giving up near fall. So he's up now 4-0 at the start of the second period. And going for a fall, working for the Falls, Emery Knoll from Bowman County. A sophomore with a 22-3 record, and he'll get down there. Official takes a look, and Emery Knoll advances by fall over Jaden Weathersby from Williams County. So Knoll, your quarterfinalist at 152 pounds. And Carson Glaceman wins by a major decision over Tanner Mengi. Yeah, was a score of 10-2. So Carson Glaceman for the South Border Mustangs advances to the quarterfinals at 145. Now Haugen from Newtown Partial leads 14-8 on mat number 3 at 106 pounds over Nick Dobitz from Hettinger Scranton. Now 16-8. And that is at the end of the period, so that's a final. Haugen goes on to defeat Nick Dobitz from Hettinger Scranton by major decision, 16-8. At 106 pounds. And up now on mat number 2 is Mike Nelson from Lisbon, a junior with an 18-0 record at 145 pounds, wrestling Max Churlin from Ellendale Edgeley Colm, a sophomore, a 16-9 record. And Nelson having a long layoff for the Broncos, getting back at it last week at the Storehog. Had been out since before Christmas. Came to the Storehog, won the Storehog tournament, brings in an 18-0 record. Has Churlin locked up in a cradle. They're going to try to force him over here. Going to go ahead in the hole now. And tilts him over, trying to trap that leg. Nelson laying on the side. Churlin in trouble, giving up the fall here. Nelson just trying to rock back and flatten out the shoulders on Churlin. And Mike Nelson from Lisbon Broncos advances by fall over Max Churlin. Your quarterfinals at 145 pounds. And Wolding from New Salem Almont, Ty Wolding is down on the mat here. He has a 2-1 lead. They're in period number 1. That's on mat number 1. He's wrestling Micah Redhorse from Standing Rock. So Wolding seated number 4 for New Salem Almont. He got poked in the eye or took a shot to the eye, so we do have a cut injury time. So Wolding now back up on his feet, ready to wrestle. It's a 2-1 lead for Ty Wolding. You got a minute 30 to go in the first period, 152 pounds, championship round. And mat number 2. And Wolding takes Redhorse down, or another takedown. Now he's up 4-1. And Redhorse able to get belly down for Standing Rock. They're in the first period with a minute 9 to go. Wolding's up 4-1. And mat number 252-pound championship round is Tucker Bombach wrestling McCoy Mole. That's a 2-0 lead for Tucker Bombach from Kildare. Bombach has an armbar hooked up, walks around, gets a 1 count. Now he's picking up 3, got to at least 4. So it does pick up 3 near fall. He's going to settle in, chest on chest, work for the fall. Tucker Bombach from Kildare advances by a fall over McCoy Mole from Beulah Hazen, another quarterfinalist at 152 pounds from mat number 2. Wolding up 4-1, has a double armbar hooked up on mat number 1 on Redhorse. He's going to sit through on it. A lot of pressure on those shoulders now. Go flat to the mat. Now he's able to bridge through. Down to 10 seconds. The right shoulder up just a little bit. And Henderson takes a look at it, and he'll slap the mat. So Wolding, after going down with that injury in the first 30 seconds of the match, your winner by fall advances to the quarterfinals at 152 pounds on mat number 1. And mat number 3, 113-pound prelim match is Joey Hyde from Lemoore. He's up 4-3 over Isaiah Dobbs from Bowman County. So Hyde from Lemoore leads 4-3 over Dobbs from Bowman County. They're in the second period with 19 seconds to go. And then up on mat number 2 is Cale Kovar from Carrington, a senior, 28-9 record, wrestling Jack McDonald from Kindred. And Cale Kovar comes out, slaps on a cradle on McDonald, and he'll win by a fall. Advance to the quarterfinals for the Carrington Cardinals at 152 pounds. That was on mat number 2. And Cale Eibach, defending state champion, 152 pounds, wrestling Braden Chenault, Hillsborough Central Valley. Eibach with a 28-1 record. His one loss coming to Wolding from New Salem Almont. He's up now 2-0. He was working underneath. He has a wrist tied up. Chenault's able to get up to his feet. Eibach takes him down to the mat. Now goes to a hammerlock. Blaze Ranky for the Lisbon Broncos working for a fall. They go out of bounds. That's on mat number 252 pounds. Ranky is up 5-0. Picks up 2 takedown, 3 near fall. Blaze Ranke, junior from Lisbon, 23-3 record. Wrestling Tanner Blackwell, Hettinger Scranton, a junior, 14-16 record. In the first period with 1:33 to go. Blackwell gets 1 point for an escape. Now a 5-1 lead for Ranke. And Joey Hyde's her winner by fall in 3:54 over Dobbs from Bowman County Beach. So Joey Hyde will advance to the consolation bracket and stay alive at the East-West tournament. The 45th anniversary of the 45th annual New Salem East-West tournament. Also their 60th anniversary weekend for New Salem Wrestling. They're going to plan on having a big tournament celebration tomorrow, and in recognition of those 2 milestones, 45th annual and their 60th anniversary for New Salem Almont Wrestling. So that'll be tomorrow. We'll bring some of that to you live here from New Salem on yourliveevent.com. So Blaze Ranke is going to advance by fall. Got 152 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. Along with Kale Eibach from Dislax Burlington. So both Ranke and Eibach, 152 pounds, advance to the quarterfinals on mats 1 and 2. Now up on mat 1, Greg Fuhrer from Ellendale Edgeley Combe, wrestling Mason Schumeyer from Velva. Fuhrer, a sophomore, 13-6 record, wrestling Schumeyer from Velva, 20-8 record. That match just underway with Fuhrer wearing the black singlet with the gold backing and the black stripe down the center. That's up on mat 1. Mat 2, Garrett Hebel's up 2-0 over Devin Greff on mat number 2, 160-pound championship round. That's with 1:36 to go. Hebel, your number 1 seeded wrestler at 160 pounds for the New Salem tournament. He's up 2-0 over Greff from Hettinger Scranton. Hebel's going to go to a cradle. He locks it up hip to hip. He's going to try to just sit back, rock it back. Greff's still fighting it, holding belly down with 1:19 to go. Now gets him turned over. Goes bottom knee in the side. And Greff's able to break the hold. Hebel's up 4-0. We're tied up 2-2 on mat number 152 pounds. He's out of position right now. Schumeyer is just working around. He gets around on top for 2-point reversal. So he's up now 4-2 on Fuhrer from EEK. So that's at 152 pounds on mat 1. Now he has a cradle locked up on Fuhrer. He's going to pick up some near fall. So he picks up 3 near falls. So now up 7-2 on Fuhrer from EEK. That'll end the first period. And Garrett Hebel's up 7-0 at the end of the first, going into the second at 160 pounds on mat number 2. Hebel's from the Moore, Greff from Hettinger Scranton. And Garrett Hebel, 2-time state champion, state runner-up last year at the 2022 state Class B wrestling tournament. Defeated by Anton Kruth from Ellendale Edgeley Combe. Now, if Fuhrer has a cradle locked up on Schumeyer, he's going to pick up 2 near fall. So it's a 7-4 score. That's on mat number 152-pound championship round match with 1:30 to go. Fuhrer's from EEK has a leg lock or leg ride in. Comes high over the top. Able to get those hips back in position, so he'll maintain control. He's down 7-4 to Mason Schumeyer from Velva. Now Garrett Hebel working that farm tilt. It's going to pick up 3 near fall. A 13-0 lead for Garrett Hebel over Devin Greff from Hettinger Scranton at 1:18 to go in the second period. Now with 50 seconds to go, if you're up 7-4, now Schumeyer on mat number 152 pounds. They're working a reversal. He has Fuhrer down on his hip. Now able to work up. On Fuhrer's going to pick up 2-point reversal, so Mason Schumeyer now leads 9-4, built up a 5-point lead with under 30 seconds to go in the second period. That's on mat number 1. And that'll do it. Garrett Hebel, your winner by tech fall over Devin Greff from Henninger Scranton. He'll advance to quarterfinals at 160 pounds. That was on mat number 2. And mat number 3, 170-pound consolation round match. That one just went final. So Lucas Wiedner wins by fall in 139 over Hockenhole from Williams County. Wiedner from Beulah Hazen will advance into the second round of the consolation bracket. That was on mat number 3, 170 pounds. Looking at your team scores just a little bit.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2 at 160 pounds. Ben Thompson of Hillsborough Central Valley. Dallas Bettiger of Stanley. In the hole, mat number 2, 160 pounds. Thompson of Hillsborough. Pat Geiger of Stanley.
I was trying to get a look here at your team scores. So sitting in first place, here we just close out your championship first round of their championship rounds here in prelim matches. New Salem Almont with 40 points, followed by South Border with 39 and Lisbon with 37. Sitting in fourth is Northern Lights with 25.5 points, and number 5 is Oaks with 21 points. So those are your top 5 teams, with New Salem Almont sitting in first spot with 40 points, South Border 39, Lisbon 37, Northern Lights 25.5, and Oaks sitting in fifth place with 21 points. So that'll do it. So Mason Schumeyer will win by fall with 56 seconds remaining in that third period over Greg Fear from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. So Mason Schumeyer, quarterfinalist, 152 pounds from mat number 1. Mat number 2, Cole Stock from South Border Wrestling and Kelson Maskell from Velva. Stock leads that one by score 2-0 with 38 seconds to go in the first period. Stock's riding on top, wearing the blue singlet with the white backing and the Mustang on it. He's up 2-0. Working underneath, trying to hit a leg Turk. Pick that near leg up and then step through, not able to get it. Now he switches to an arm bar. That's on mat number 260 pounds. With 14 seconds to go in the first period, Cole Stock from South Border leads 2-0. Stock's a sophomore with a 19-8 record. And mat number 1, Eli Lyons wrestling Gavin Enwich. So Lyons wrestling 160 pounds for Lisbon. Enwich is up 2-0. Lyons able to escape. It's a 2-0 score. Lyons kind of put himself in a bad position there. They're wrestling up quite a bit of weight. Goes to double overhooks on Enwich. Enwich is able to counter that and lands on top. They get called out of bounds. That's on mat number 1, 160-pound championship round. Lyons finds himself in a hole now, 5-0, with a minute 9 to go in the first period. And now a 3-0 lead for Cole Stock on mat number 2. He's up 3-0 over Kelson Maskell from Velva. And mat number 3, Tyson Johnson from Kindred wrestling Drew Thorpe from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Johnson, a sophomore, 8-10 record at 170 pounds. On mat 3, wrestling Thorpe from EEK, an 8th grader with a 9-11 record. Johnson leads that one 4-2 with a minute 10 to go in the second period. Oh, Lions down by a score of 7-0 in the first period. 30 seconds to go. Lions trying to come out the back door. Enwich able to stick on double boot ride over the top. Has Lions broke Billy down to the mat. Gavin Enwich, a sophomore from New Salem with a 16-8 record. Eli Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos, freshman with 20-13 records. Eli started the year out at 145. Then moved up to 152. Now we're wrestling 160. And kind of the low man on the totem pole on the varsity side of the Lisbon lineup. Just a freshman, as Mike Nelson and Blaze Ranke above him there. Still finding his place in the lineup. He's down 7-0 going into the second period. And Wicks takes a look at the coaches. His choice, he's going to choose bottom and start the second period. That's on mat number 1. The Colstock still up 3-0 with 24 seconds remaining in the second period on mat number 2. That's at 160 pounds. So these will be your final championship round matches. We'll go right into the quarterfinals. So we will go to the quarterfinal bouts, or roll right into the quarterfinal bouts. You're at the New Salem East-West Classic, 45th annual New Salem tournament. So 2021, this was the only year that they didn't have the regular head-to-head, individual head-to-head tournament format. I think they went to a dual tournament during the COVID year. The Lions on top now here. He's down 7-0 with 1:09 to go in the second period. They're riding on top. He goes to a half Nelson, trying to work. Now Enwich is going to warn for stalling. So Lions has that leg trick. He has Enwich going over. Enwich is going to be able to roll through. Now Lions working a quarter Nelson. So Enwich able to get free. He's going to stand up for a 1-point escape. He have a chance to fix his headgear. So 40.9 seconds to go in the second period. Gavin Enwich leads 8-0 over Eli Lions from Lisbon on mat number 1. And Colstock now has a 5-0 lead on mat 2 over Kelson Maskell. So Lions picks up 2-point takedown. Going to a bar half on Enwich. Got this thing right. He's running it. Enwich is in trouble here. Eli Lions working for the fall over Gavin Enwich. The Lions with 15 seconds to go can end this one here. It's tight. The Lions over the top. Enwich shoulder not up by a lot. Henderson gets down there to look at it. It's down to 10 seconds for Eli Lions to close this out for the Lisbon Broncos in the second period. He's going to win by fall for Eli Lions over Gavin Enwich at 160 pounds. The Lions coming through for the Lisbon Broncos at 160 over Gavin Enwich from New Salem Almont. Big head-to-head battle there if you're looking for some team points. Lions picking up bonus points and advancing in the championship round. It'll be a quarterfinals for the Broncos. And Enwich seeded number 8 in the tournament. Eli Lions, they seeded the top 9 for that one, so that was a not really an upset. 8-9 going after it. Well, looking on mat number 1, we are still 160 pounds in the championship round. I think I'm going to go ahead and break away here for a word from our sponsors before we get into these quarterfinal matches here on yourliveevent.com. I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick. We'll break away momentarily, come back, and we'll bring you our quarterfinals from the 45th annual New Salem East-West Tournament.
Highway 9 in Ada invites you to order your new Buick and Chevrolet vehicles from the Silverado, Trailblazers, Traverse, and Enclave. Lee Brothers is your authorized Chevrolet and Buick dealer, providing sales and a service to the area since 1975. For ordering your vehicles, talk with Mitch, Smurf, or Jay. Trust the experts who know your vehicles best and take advantage of great Chevy certified service offers today. Lee Brothers Sales, Highway 9, Ada, 218-784-2000.
Olson Hardware in Hillsboro welcomes you to stop in. You can find all of your hardware needs for all seasons. They do have everything you need to get your home and yard ready for the winter ahead. If you're preparing for your remodeling or other do-it-yourself indoor projects this winter, stop by Olson Hardware, pick up your paints, stains, and all of the other accessories too. If you're in need of a mattress upgrade, stop in and check out the amazing Rest Mattress at Olson Hardware. Olson Hardware can repair your major appliances, refrigerators, freezers, stoves, ovens, washers, dryers, and more. Your full-service hardware store, Olson Hardware, Hillsboro.
Do you need new furniture? You know, real furniture that's comfortable and built to last. Something stylish that you can enjoy watching the games on, entertain friends on, or just relax with the family? Then there's only one place and one person you need to visit. Lee Olfson Furniture Mart in West Fargo. From beds to couches and everything in between, they have the best selection at the best prices and always no interest financing available. Visit with Lee Olfson, Platinum Sales Specialist at Furniture Mart, and don't forget to ask for Lee and get the special Your Live Event pricing. Call or text 200-8019 or stop in. Make sure you ask for Lee.
Hillsboro Lumber welcomes you. As you're working on interior projects, Hillsboro Lumber can help. Hillsboro Lumber has trim, doors, flooring, and all the necessary tools and products to complete your projects. If you're also thinking about larger projects for next spring and summer, let Hillsboro Lumber know of your ideas and they'll help with planning and estimates. Hillsboro Lumber, 701-636-4301. Halstead Telephone knows we all like choices. You can choose to have communication and data services up to 1 gigabit over a reliable state-of-the-art fiber optic network. And you can choose to have the same great services available town or country with local service and support. You can choose to have an individual service or bundle. You can choose to avoid tricky promotional pricing. You can choose unlimited data. The choice seems clear. Choose Halstead Telephone, broadband voice TV. 1-800-457-2125.
Everyone here at the Hillsboro and Central Valley School Districts would like to take this time to remind parents to teach their children how to be responsible and stay drug-free. By late elementary, many children know of a classmate who smokes, drinks, or uses drugs. It is never too early to talk to your child about substance abuse. Schools teach kids to say no to drugs, but it's what the parents do that counts the most. This has been Easton Baszler with a message from the Hillsboro and Central Valley School Districts.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
The City of Hillsboro encourages customers to use electricity wisely through its Bright Energy Solutions rebate program. These rebates help customers save energy and money, improve their comfort, and protect the environment. You can get rebates on Energy Star appliances and lighting, as well as high-efficiency heat pumps and air conditioners. They even have rebates for home electric vehicle chargers. Business customers can receive rebates too. Call the City of Hillsboro for more information or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and SeedX sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
Hey, welcome back to the Salem, North Dakota home of New Salem Sioux. We're here for the 45th annual New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic. And getting underway, still in our 160-pound championship round, first round matches. And soon to start our quarterfinals, we'll roll directly into the quarterfinal matches here from New Salem. So on the mats right now at 160 pounds. On mat number 2, and make sure we get this updated for you. So mat number 2, Maverick Ford is up 10-4 at 160 pounds over Tate Thorpe from Oaks. Maverick Ford from Kenmare Bull Bells, Brick Central, a senior 14-2 record. He's up 10-4 over Tate Thorpe from Oaks, a junior with a 10-8 record. That's on mat number 2. That's a 13-4 score now for Maverick Ford at 160 pounds. And then that back room on mat number 3, Tucker Nelson from Stanley wins by decision at 126-pound prelims, 6-0 over Max Sherbino from Carrington. So he wins by a score of 6-0, 126 pounds. That was on mat number 3. And now on mat number 3, they're working for a fall. So Maverick Ford was up 13-4. Tate Thorpe has Ford in a headlock here with 10 seconds to go. He's going to work for a fall here for the Oaks Tornadoes. As Tate Thorpe, he's got it tight. Running out of time with 5 seconds. The referee's down there looking. Ford squiggling there, trying to bridge out of it. And he'll survive to go and advance into the quarterfinals at 160 pounds. So Tate Thorpe just comes up a little bit short, working for the fall against Ford. Ford survives and makes it to the quarterfinals here on mat number 2 at 160 pounds. Yeah, mat number 1 is Kenny Smith versus Cade Harm from Beulah Hazen. That's at minute 9 to go in the third period, with Cade Harm from Beulah Hazen, a senior, 14-9 records, up 10-3 over Kenny Smith from Deslax Burlington. That 160-pound championship round. And now on mat number 2, a championship round match, or first round match, is Ben Thompson, Hillsborough Central Valley, a sophomore, 10-9 record. Wrestling Dallas Badiger from Stanley, a senior, 18-14 record. They're on blood time right now. Look at that match. Or excuse me, that's mat number 1 on blood time between Kenny Smith and Cade Harm. Kenny Smith from Deslax Burlington and Cade Harm from Beulah Hazen, with Harm up 10-3. They're in the third period. Smith wearing the red singlet for the DLB Lakers. And Smith, a sophomore, 18-17 record. Wrestling Cade Harm, a senior, 14-9 record from Beulah Hazen. Right now, Harm leads that one on mat number 1 by a score of 10-3. Now a minute 09 on the clock, so they get their blood time stopped. Everything's getting cleaned up on the mat and over on 1. So mat number 2. It's a 2-0 score right out of bounds. Had a Peterson locked up, but they roll out of bounds. So Dallas Bediger from Stanley is up 2-0 over Ben Thompson from Hillsborough Central Valley. Ben Thompson on the bottom for Hillsborough, wearing the white singlet with the blue trim. So Bediger leads that one by a score of 2-0 in the first period with 40 seconds to go. And mat number 3, 126-pound, another prelim match back there. The winner of that stays alive in the tournament. Nick Garber from Carrington is up 2-0 over Jace Duffy from Lemoore. Garber, an 8th grader with a 28-15 record, wrestling Jace Duffy, a sophomore from Lemoore, 15-10 record. That's at the end of the second period, with Garber taking a 2-0 lead. And no near fall given up by Ben Thompson on mat number 2. So Badiger working a 3-quarter Nelson, and now Thompson able to stand up, working for an escape. Now loss of control given, so a 2-1 lead for Badiger at the end of the first period. And going into the second, Ben Thompson able to score an escape. Badiger from Stanley is a senior, 18-14 record. He leads 2-1 over Ben Thompson. Now Nick Garber up on mat number 3 is up 6-0 over Jace Duffy from Lemoore. That's in the second period with a minute 02 to go in the second period. That's on mat number 3. So mats number 1 and 2 out here in front of us. Mat number 3 is around the corner in the back room, a little wrestling room. So no visibility on that. We just have to kind of go by track wrestling to keep you updated. Use some of our wrestling magic here in the front part of the gymnasium. Now Badiger's up 5-1, scores a reversal. Now he's working for the fall against Thompson. Thompson's shoulders are flattened out, so Badiger from Stanley advances by a fall. Mat number 2, 160 pounds, into the quarterfinals. So if you need anything, any of the cameras moved or volume not working or whatever, just let us know. Let somebody know at your live event. We'll try to get it fixed here. We're going to start working our way into the quarterfinals. Still in their championship round matches at 160 pounds. Now we have Bowden Greenlee out, so this is your start of your quarterfinals. Here at 170-pound quarterfinal is Bowden Greenlee for Lisbon Rockos, wrestling Brock Wendell from Lemoore. Greenlee picks up 2-point takedown on mat number 2. Now going to work on Wendell on top. Going to take him out of bounds for a restart. That match on mat number 1, 160-pound championship round. Kate Harm from Beulah Hazel leads that one 13-3. They're in the, actually that's now final. So Kate Harm wins by major decision, 13-3 over Kenny Smith from Deslax Burlington. And Nick Garber up now 9-0 over Jace Duffy from Lemoore. That's at 126 pounds in period number 3. With a minute 44 to go on mat number 3. And Bowden Greenlee, your winner by fall on mat number 2 at 170 pounds over Brock Wendell from Lemoore. So Bowden Greenlee advances to the semifinals. Your first semifinalist at 170. And now up on mat number 1. Is Riley Henninger Jr. from Mondack Thunder, wrestling Bailey Zachmeyer from Rugby. Zachmeyer, sophomore, with a 10-16 record. That's in the first period. It's scoreless at 160 pound. That's still a championship round match. 170 pound on mat number 2 is Josh Meal from Oaks. Wearing the black singlet with the orange tornado on the back. Wrestling Cole Henderson, a sophomore from Northern Lights, with a 28-5 record. That started the first period, minute 23 to go in the first period. And Meals working a Russian tie, now going head-to-head. A collar tie with Cole Henderson. And Cole Henderson, and he advanced to the quarterfinals, number 4 seeded wrestler by fall over Wolbaum from Bowman County, and Josh Meal advanced by fall over Austin Schneibel from Rugby. So Meal seated number 5, Henderson number 4. And wrestlers go out of bounds. 170-pound quarterfinal on mat number 2. Still championship round match on mat number 1, first round match at 160 pounds. This is Isaiah Cruth, Ellendale Edgley Combe, wrestling Jacob Henricks at 160 pounds. Cruth, number 2 seeded wrestler here at the East-West tournament. He picks up a 2-point takedown over Henricks from Carrington. Cruth with a 25-6 record from Ellendale Edgley Combe as a junior, and Henricks, a freshman, with a 16-15 record from Carrington. Cruth working for the following win by fall and advanced to the quarterfinals at 160 pounds. That was on mat number 1. And mat number 3, 132-pound prelim match. And Tyson Sunby from Hillsborough Central Valley, a sophomore with a 1-12 record, wrestling Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore, a junior with an 8-15 record. So Ketterling's up 2-0. It's on mat number 3 at 132-pound prelim and period number 1 with 30 seconds to go on mat 3. They're still scoreless into the second period.
On deck, on mat 1, 182 pounds, quarterfinals. From Henninger, Tristan.
On mat number 2 between Meal and Henderson. So Meal attempting a stand-up. Henderson had a leg ride in. They get called potentially dangerous for a restart. Now with a minute 40 to go in that second period between Meal and Henderson. Winner of this match advances to the semifinals against Bowden Greenlee from Lisbon. And now up a quarterfinal match is DeAndre Anderson on mat number 1, wrestling Jace Nitschke from Southborder. So DeAndre Anderson from Kenmare Bull Bells, a senior, 18-5 record. Wrestling Nitschke, Jace Nitschke, a junior from Southborder, 20-6 record, picks up a 2-point takedown. Big scramble there on mat number 1 with Nitschke coming out on top. So Nitschke now leads 2-0 with a minute 10 to go in the first period. Yeah, Anderson trying to hit a standing switch. Nitschke able to block it. Gets back around, riding on top. And Nitschke with the dark blue singlet. The white trim around the shoulders. That's on mat number 1. Nitschke's up 2-0 with them. 45 seconds to go in the first period. Oh, Josh Meal is up 1-0. So he gets an escape for Meal, but Cole Henderson working down on a single leg. Emil with a little bit of a whizzer and able to defend it. Henderson's just trying to walk around, grabs the far knee, is run into it, but working right on the edge of the mat. So Josh Meal now able to whizzer down, gets those heavy hips in the mat. Emil able to defend against that leg attack by Cole Henderson. Emil still leads that one by a score of 1-0. They're down to the last 5 seconds of the second period. So number 4, Cole Henderson from Northern Lights wrestling the number 5 seed Josh Meal. That's on mat number 2. And mat number 382-pound consolation round match is Herman Koch from South Border Senior, 17-12. He's up 2-0 over Carter Iverson from Hillsborough Central Valley, a junior with a 5-18 record. That's in the second period with 1:34 to go. That's on mat number 3, 182 pounds. Now Herman Koch is up 4-0. Second period with 1:15 to go, so has built up a 4-0 lead over Iverson from Hillsborough Central Valley. And the start of the second period, start of the third period, Josh Meals up 1-0, riding on top of Cole Henderson. And the other quarterfinal on mat number 1 is Jay Schnitschke is up 2-0 over DeAndre Anderson from Kenmare Bullbills. 1 point escape for Anderson, so it's a 2-1 score. That's in the first period with 15 seconds to go. Anderson able to score here the last 15 seconds and close that gap to a 1 point lead for Nitschke going into the second here with 9 seconds to go in the first period. Now Nitschke trying to score at the end, hits a high crotch. 3 seconds to go. Anderson's defending at the end of the period, no points given up. So a 2-1 lead for Jason Nitschke heading into the second period, 170-pound quarterfinal on mat number 1.
In the hole on mat number 3. In the hole, mat number 3.
And mat number 2 in the third period with 50 seconds to go. It's tied up 1-1 between Cole Henderson from Northern Lights and Josh Meal from Oaks. 170-pound quarterfinal. Winner of that takes on Bowden Greenlee. Yeah, blood time on mat number 1 between Anderson and Nitschke. No, Henderson up underneath. Working a high cross, but Emil able to get hook the arm of Henderson. Now Henderson, Meal is going to try to leg pass roll through. Henderson's going to come out the back door. Now gives up 2 points. So Josh Meal goes down 3-1 to Cole Henderson. That's at the end of the third period. So Cole Henderson advances to the semifinals against Bowden Greenlee from Lisbon at 170 pounds. By decision, 3-1 over Joshua Meal from Oaks. That was on mat number 2. They're broadcasting live from New Salem, North Dakota here at the 45th Annual New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic. A tournament that brings your teams from the eastern side of the state out here to get some of the head-to-head matchups between the western teams. A lot of these matches will play a significant role in your state seeding come February at the state tournament. Every match, every point counts here at the East-West tournament. Now, mat number 3, 182 pounds, that consolation round match. As Herman Koch is now up 13-3, built a 10-point lead over Carter Iverson from Hillsborough Central Valley. That's in the third period with a minute to go. Both wrestlers on their feet. Now a 13-4 lead for Herman Koch from South Border. And mat number 270 pounds is Brock Norton, New Salem Almat, and Carter Miller from Deslax Burlington. Norton has a 2-1 lead. That's on mat number 2 with a minute to go in the first period. Excuse me now. And now they're going to wave those points off. So I guess we're 0-0. So there's a big scramble there. The points get waved off. So scoreless on mat number 2. Tied up now, excuse me, now it's a 4-3 score on mat number 1 with 37 seconds to go in the second period. It's a 4-3 score with Jace Nitschke leading that over DeAndre Anderson, 170-pound quarterfinal match. So Brock Norton on mat number 2, number 3 seeded wrestler in the tournament, wrestling Carter Miller from Deslax Burlington. And Miller seeded number 8. Or excuse me, number 6. Miller, number 6 seeder wrestler.
In the hole on mat number 3. In the hole, mat number 3.
Well, that goes scoreless into the second period on mat number 2, 170-pound quarterfinal. And going into the third period, still a 4-3 lead for Jace Nitschke over DeAndre Anderson. So Anderson looking over to the coaches, asking if we should go both up. Seems satisfied. So they'll start this third period in the neutral position on mat number 1 with Nitschke leading 4-3. We got a stop in action. It's more blood time on mat number 1 at 170 pounds. They're in the third period. The minute 50 to go. And then mat number 2 still scoreless in the second period with a minute 35. Excuse me, a minute 38. We got some stoppage in time. Maybe some injury time on mat number 2. So it looks like Brock Norton for New Salem will have some injury time. That's on mat number 2.
In the hole on mat number 3, 195 pounds, Kalen Garber of Carrington, Trey Lattiser of Northern Lights. In the hole, mat number 3, Garber of Carrington, Lattiser of Northern Lights.
Looking at your team scores here going into the quarterfinal round. Is Lisbon's up in the top spot with 48 points, followed by South Border in second with 43, New Salem Almont with 40, Northern Lights with 30.5, and Lemoore with 25 points. Those are your top 5 teams. So Lisbon, 48 points, sitting in the number 1 spot. Number 2, South Border, 43, New Salem Almont with 40, Northern Lights with 30.5, and Lemoore with 25 for your top 5. Going into the quarterfinal rounds. They're still scoreless here at this scramble. Excuse me, no, a 2-0 score. Carter Miller leads by a score of 2-0. Mat number 2, 170-pound quarterfinal. They're in the second period with a minute to go. Now 2-2 tie, and Norton ties it up. Norton for the Holsteins on top. We're in the black singlet with the white trim. And now coming up on mat number 1, 182-pound quarterfinal. Levi's Femme for the Lisbon Broncos, a senior 25-5 record. Wrestling Jackson Holter, a senior 22-1 record for Kenmare Bullbills, Burke Central. Expect a competitive quarterfinal match here, 182 pounds. Between Sven and Jackson Holter. Levi's Femme seated number 5, Holter number 4. So Levi's Femme working a dump, able to get that high crotch fireman's. Scores 2 points for a takedown. That's on mat number 2. Or excuse me, on mat number 1. Femme's up 2-0. They got a minute 23 to go. We're going to line down the 3-2 lead for Carter Miller over Brock Norton on mat number 2 at 170 pounds. The start of the third period, so Miller leads 3-2 at 170 pounds. As Femme has a cradle locked up. Going to take Holter over, so Levi's Femme for the Lisbon Broncos has his cradle hooked up. He's going belly down, trying to flatten out those shoulders. Holter, right shoulder up just a little bit. He's going to win by foul. Levi's Femme for the Lisbon Broncos over Jackson Holter. So Levi's Femme advances to the semifinals. Number 5 seeded Levi's Femme over number 4 seeded Jackson Holter from Kenmare Bullbills.
195 pounds, Landon Petasek of Oaks.
So a minute 26 to go. And Carter Miller is still up 3-2 over Brock Norton at 170-pound quarterfinal match. That's on mat number 2. With a minute 14 to go. And Miller had Norton on his back, but Norton able to get belly down. And no near fall given up. That's a 3-2 lead for Carter Miller on mat number 2, 170-pound quarterfinal. And then third period with a minute to go. And Norton able to get to his feet. They're wrestling the edge of the mat. Now called out of bounds for a restart. With 53 seconds to go in the third period, Carter Miller leads by a score of 3-2 on mat number 2. Now, mat number 1, 182-pound quarterfinal is Tristan Pikas from Henninger Scranton wrestling Brady Lettmeyer from the Moore. So Pikas picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0. A big mat return by Miller on Norton with 40 seconds to go in the third period. That's on mat number 2, 170-pound quarterfinal. And mat number 3 in the back room, 182-pound consolation match. Dane Jepson from Kilder, an 8th grader, 13-16 record, has a 10-0 lead over Carter Petasek from Oaks. A sophomore night with a 9-8 record. Now Jepson leads by a score of 11-2. They're in the third period with a minute 33 to go. That's on mat 3, 182-pound consolation. And down to the final 15 seconds with Norton and Miller. Norton on the edge of the mat. We're going to get a stall warning on Carter Miller. The referee stops the action, takes him back to the center of the mat for a restart. Miller warned of stalling. Miller leads 3-2. He's from Deslex Burlington, trying to make his way to the semifinal match. He'll be at 170 pounds, last 3 seconds. And Norton not able to get away, so Carter Miller advances to the semifinals at 170 pounds. He wins by decision 3-2 over Brock Norton. Norton seeded number 3 in the tournament. Carter Miller number 6, so a number 6 seed advances at 170 pounds. He'll face Shane Ditchke from South Border.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2 at 195 pounds. Jonathan Smith, Galax Burlington. Gabe Lyons.
So 182 pounds. On mat number 1 is Braden Seltzler wrestling Horatio Eagle. It's a 182-pound quarterfinal, or excuse me, a 195-pound quarterfinal. And 182-pound quarterfinal on mat number 2 is Brock. That one just got over. So we got Ivan Kruth out there, number 1 seeded Ivan Kruth wrestling Trevin Sago. Ivan Kruth is up 2-0 with a minute 30 to go. That's in the first period. On mat number 2, 182 pounds. And 195-pound consolation round in the back room is Rodney Wolf wrestling Jake Kramer. Kramer from Lemoore, a sophomore, 8-9 record, wrestling Rodney Wolf, a sophomore from Kindred, 13-10 record. That's in the first period. Just underway at 195-pound consolation round on mat number 3. And mat number 1 between Seltzler and Eagle from Standing Rock. That's a 2-1 score. The Seltzler's sporting that white singlet with the blue pinstripe and the blue trim for the Velvet Aggies. Now Eagle's going to take a shot. Seltzler's going to step around, throws a headlock on Eagle, has him going over to his back. But Braden Seltzler scoops the head on Eagle, takes him over, left shoulder up just a little bit. It's going to lead into it. The referee down there taking a look at it. The left shoulder still up a little bit. You're down to 10 seconds to go. Here's Seltzer working for a fall. He's up 3-2. He's going to pick up near fall. He's going to run out of time here with 1 second left. So Eagle survives it going to the second period against Braden Seltzer, with Seltzer up 6-2. Going into the second period, 195-pound quarterfinal. So Ivan Kruth is up 2-0 end of the first period on mat number 2. Here with time expires in the first period, so Kruth is up 2-0, takes a 2-0 lead over Trevin Sago into the second period. Sago from Beulah Hazen, the senior, with a 21-9 record. Kruth elects to start in the bottom position to start this second period, 182-pound quarterfinal. Seltzer now working another headlock, working for the fall. He's up 8-2. Her left shoulder down. Now Seltzer's going to win by fall. It advances to the semifinals at 195 pounds. Braden Seltzer, the number 1 seeded wrestler in the tournament from Velva.
In the hole in mat number 1. In the hole in mat number 1 at 220 pounds. Shane Nishke of South Border. Max Klein of Oaks. In the hole, mat number 1.
And mat number 2, Ivan Kruth now has a 5-0 lead here, 182-pound quarterfinal match in the second period with 1:05 to go. He leads Trevin Sago 5-0. That's on mat number 2. And mat number 1 now is Landon Potasic from Oaks, a senior, 17-9 record, wrestling Mason Olander from New Salem Almont. Olander with a 12-3 record. Mason Olander from New Salem was a state qualifier back in 2020. Also, state place winner last year for New Salem Holsteins. Placed 6th at 182 pounds. That's your quarterfinal bout. Landon Potasic for Oaks wrestling Mason Olander. It's a 2-1 score. Landon Potasic leads that one, but a score of 2-1. They're in the first period with 45 seconds to go. And Ivan Cruz still up 5-0 second period with now under 20 seconds to go in that second period over Trevin Sago on mat number 2. And mat number 3, 195 pounds. Consolation now match. Callan Garber from Carrington. Sophomore, 19-17 record, wrestling Trey Leducer, Northern Lights. So Garber leads that one by a score of 2-0 on mat number 3. They're in the second period. That period looks like it's just underway. With about 1:50 to go in the second period. And our final 5 seconds of the first period on mat number 1 between Landon Potasic and Mason Olander. Potasic's up by a score of 2-1 at 195-pound quarterfinal bout. Going to second with the flip of the coin. I should say flipping the disc, and it's Green's choice, so Green defers. Potasic's choice, he chooses bottom to start the second period. So Olander will have choice in the third. It's on mat number 1 quarterfinal bout. With Potasic leading 2-1. And Ivan Caruth will advance by fall on mat number 2. So Ivan Caruth, your semifinalist, or a semifinalist at 182 pounds on mat number 2. All right. To keep things rolling here at New Salem East West, we're in the quarterfinal round. 195, 182 pounds, one on each mat. Consolation round on mat number 3 in the back room at 195 pounds. Potasic is now up 5-1, now 5-2. So Potasic up 5-2 over Mason Olander now, building the lead. We're down to 45 seconds to go in that second period between Potasic and Olander from New Salem Almont. And mat number 2, last quarterfinal at 182 is Trey Baumbach from Stanley wrestling Isaac Herbal, senior from Northern Lights. Currently scoreless in the first period with a minute to go at 182 pounds. Herbal from Northern Lights scores 2-point takedown. That down to 43 seconds to go in the first period. And end of the second period, going into the third, is Lana Potasic takes a 5-2 lead. Olander has choice. He starts bottom in the third period. Trey Bombach able to stand up. A little hip ice there. Scores 1 point for an escape. He's up or down now 2-1 to Isaac Herbal from Northern Lights. Trey Bombach, a sophomore from Stanley with a 20-10 record. Herbal for a senior from Northern Lights with a 27-4 record. It's at 182 pounds at a quarterfinal match. Now Herbal, there's a single leg outside, and I think it get hauled out of bounds. So no points awarded. So both wrestlers start in the neutral position. That was on mat number 2. Herbal looked like he had an outside single, tacked the legs. Wrestlers go out of bounds, so no points awarded. They're down to the last couple seconds here of the first period. Time's going to run out. No points, so it's a 2-1 lead for Isaac Herbal going into the second period at 182 pounds. Now 5-4 score. Things are tightening up on mat number 1. Olander trying to drag over Potasic. Now the referee's going to count. He's getting some near fall. They're down to 39 seconds. Potasic, not much movement out of him right now. So Olander's going to pick up 3. He's going to lead this one 7-5 over Potasic with 25 seconds to go. Potasic's shoulders just getting a little flatter. Now he's going to go belly down with 18 seconds. I don't know if that Potasic not able to go. I don't know. So that'll be a 7-5 win by decision for Mason Olander from New Salem Wilmot over Landon Potasic. So Olander's able to pull out, come from behind. He wins 7-5 by decision over Landon Potasic. Mat number 1, 195-pound quarterfinal. So he's your another semifinalist at 195 for New Salem Wilmot. And mat number 2, Trey Bombach and Isaac Herbal still tied up 2 apiece. With a minute to go in the second period. It's a 2-2 score. Winner of this at 182 advances to the semifinals. And they'll take on Tristan Picas from Hettinger Scranton, number 3 seeded wrestler. So Herbal and Bombach going at it for chance at the semifinals and a shot at Picas. Still tied up at 2 apiece. And back on mat number 3, 195 consolation round is Birch Bang from Kildare Jr., 14-14 record, wrestling Devin Gator from Napoleon, a junior, with a 6-17 record. That's mat number 3, 195 consolation. That's just underway in the first period, still scoreless. Herbal's going to try to double it up on Bombach. Bombach's backing off the mat. He's going to call for warrant for stalling. Now Bombach drops down to double, then goes to a single. Herbal's trying to hook an ankle. Bombach almost had Herbal down to his hips. Now he's going to elevate, try to come out the back door. They're down to 10 seconds to go in the second period. Still tied up 2, edge of the mat. Referee's going to award 2 points. So Trey Bombach takes a 4-2 lead with 4 seconds to go in the second period here at mat number 2, 182-pound quarterfinal. The last couple seconds here to close out the second period. No change of position. The Herbal's choice. Looks over at the coaches. They're going to choose both up. So Herbal's had some nice leg attacks. Bombach was able to come out on top of that in the last 20 seconds of that second period. So he leads 4-2, 182 pounds. The clock had some issues with the clock not getting reset or started. They had about 10 seconds tick away off of that clock, so we'll see what happens. We're going to take a few seconds off of there. Mat number 1, 195-pound quarterfinal is Griffin Wilhelmy from Stanley wrestling Nick Anderson from Hettinger Scranton. Wilhelmy, a sophomore, 16-11 record, And Anderson from Henninger Scranton, a junior, 21-11 record. That's a 2-0 lead for Anderson from Henninger Scranton. Anderson wearing the blue singlet. Or excuse me, with the, the black singlet with the blue trim. They're out of bounds, so no points awarded. The Herbals had a couple here on mat number 2. Edge of the mat. He's still down 4-2 to Trey Bombach. Couple scoring opportunities for Herbal in that first period, now in the third, but both times out of bounds. They're down to 1:19 to go. Remember, Bombach's been warned for stalling. Anderson, now Nick Anderson has a half Nelson locked up on Wilhelmy on mat number 1. A big lap drop by Bombach on Herbal. He's going to score 2 points for a takedown, and working for a fall is Trey Bombach on Isaac Herbal. He's up 6-2 with under a minute to go. Herbal just trying to keep inching towards out of bounds for a reset. Bombach able to keep those knees in bounce. Time still ticking off the clock. They get called out with 37 seconds to go. He takes a 9-2 lead. So Trey Bombach looking for the upset here. On Herbal at 182 pounds. Herbal number 2 seeded, Trey Bombach number 7. An upset alert here on mat number 3 right now with 30 seconds to go. It's a 9-2 lead for Trey Bombach from Stanley. Now down to 25. Herbal able to get up to his feet, but Bombach's going to drop down to a double. Herbal's going to try to toss him over, gut wrench over. That's not going to work. Bombach's going to pick up a couple more near fall to close out this third period, and he'll advance to the semifinals. As Trey Bombach from Stanley defeats Isaac Herbal, number 2 seeded wrestler at 182 by a score of 11-2. Got a major decision going there for Trey Bombach. Advances to the semifinals. So he'll take on Tristan Pekas at 182 pounds.
In the hole on mat number 2, 220 pounds. Sage Cassis of Lamar, Mace Stuber of Bowman. In the hole, mat number 2, Cassis of Lamar, Stuber of Bowman.
Well, Gabe Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos now up on mat number 2. Lyons with a quick 2-point takedown. Over Jonathan, or up now on Jonathan Smith now, 2-1. Smith with a 1-point escape from Deslax Burlington. That's just underway here, 1:40 to go in the first period. It's on mat number 2, 195-pound quarterfinal. It's 2-0 score on mat number 1 between Nick Anderson and Griffin Wilhelmy. Anderson from Henninger Scranton leads 2-0. He's currently on the bottom. Wilhelmy from Stanley on top with the blue singlet. White trim or white side. Currently on top. Anderson trying to knee slide forward, posts up here to the outside. Wilhelmy's going to step around, attack that arm. Anderson sit out. Little separation, but Wilhelmy's able to follow him around, rodeo back around, gets behind him. Now Anderson going for another stand-up. Wilhelmy breaks him down. They got a minute to go. That's a 2-0 lead for Nick Anderson. At some point, Wilhelmy is going to have to let him go. That's a 2-on-1 with Wilhelmy is going to call for stalling on Anderson. So he's warned for stalling. And Gabe Lyons is up now 6-1 with 25 seconds to go in the first period. Now 9-1 score for Gabe Lyons of Lisbon Broncos. 195-pound quarterfinal on mat number 2. So 3-0 lead for Anderson over Wilhelmy. And Wilhelmy is going to dive in there for a double. They're down to 30 seconds to go. Anderson's going to sprawl out. Wilhelmy on his hip, just hoping for a restart. Now Anderson going to post that arm down to the mat and spins around for 2-point. Go behind takedown. He's up 5-0. over Griffin Wilhelmy from Stanley. 195-pound quarterfinal down to 10 seconds to go. So it looks like Nick Anderson from Henninger Scranton will advance to the semifinals at 195 by decision, 5-0 over Griffin Wilhelmy from Stanley. So Wilhelmy with a couple opportunities to score and not able to pull it out. So Nick Anderson will advance. Anderson, the number 6 seeded wrestler. The Wilhelmy did have an upset. He upset Andrew Christensen in the first round at Kenmare Bull Bells, number 3 seeded wrestler. So Wilhelmy makes his way into the second round of the Consolations, but had a good first round. He defeated Andrew Christensen from Kenmare Bull Bells by fall, 5-25, to make it into that match against Nick Anderson from Henninger Scranton. So Gabe Lyons in control. He's going to win by fall on mat number 2. So Gabe Lyons, your winner by fall. He will face Nick Anderson from Henninger Scranton. That'll be your other semifinal at 195. That's Lyons and Anderson on the bottom side of the bracket. And top side at 195 semifinalists is Braden Seltzler and Mason Olander from New Salem Almont. Seltzler from Velva. Your 195-pound semifinalist, Seltzler from Velva, Olander, New Salem Almont. Then Anderson, Henninger Scranton versus Lyons from Lisbon.
In the hole, mat number 2, Henkel of Oaks, Browdy of Northern Lights. In the hole on mat number 1 at 285 pounds, Gabe Blackaduk of Velva, Joshua Hasse.
A couple quick matches there. Shane Nitschke over Lucas Klein. So Nitschke, number 1 seeded at 220, advances by fall to the semifinals. And now Bowden Hasbrook, Henninger Scranton, wrestling Armani Smith from Beulah Hazen on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Noah Klusman wrestling John Leonard from Northern Lights. Klusman, number 3 seeded, wrestling Leonard, number 6 seed, 220-pound quarterfinal match. That's on mat number 1. And mat number 3, 220-pound consolation round, Ethan Jessen from Stanley, wrestling Cole Richard from Kindred. So Jessen has a 10-5 lead. That looks like that one's going final with Ethan Jessen advancing in the consolation round. That was on mat number 3. Looks like he wins by decision, 10-5 over Cole Richard from Kindred. Armani Smith will take a 2-0 lead over Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton. Smith scores 2 points for a takedown. Now a nice hip ice by Hasbrook, not able to get away. Smith clamps down on a cradle. Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton, belly down. That's on mat number 2, 220-pound quarterfinal match. And mat number 1, Klusman leads by a score of 5-0 over John Leonard from Northern Lights. So Klusman building a 5-0 lead. Working a crossface cradle, is going to step around and try to lock it up. They're down to 30 seconds to go. Now 2-point reversal for Hasbrook. He ties it up 2-2 with 21 seconds to go in the first period. That's on mat number 2, 220-pound. That's on the black mat. Mat number 1 here to my right. You have the black circle with the Holstein, and then the white outer circle. That's mat number 2. Excuse me, mat number 1. Mat number 1 with the white outer circle and the black inner circle with the Holstein. That's mat number 1. So Noah Klusman, your winner by fall, advances to the semifinals over John Leonard from Northern Lights.
In the hole, mat number 3, 106 pounds.
It's still tied up 2-2 on mat number 2 with 10 seconds to go in the first period. Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton riding on top for the Nighthawks. They're going to run out of time in the first. They take a 2-2 lead or 2-2 tie going into the second period at 180 or 220 on mat number 2 quarterfinal. Now AJ Hines out on the mat at the 285 quarterfinal. He's going to step into it. Give him a single leg takedown. Quickly goes to a crossface. He's wrestling Ian Toa Jr. from Rugby. Hines, defending state champ at 285 pounds, or say 2-time defending state champ. They're working for the falls. A.J. Hines has that leg turked and now going to try to stretch out and get those shoulders flat and a toe from Rugby. He's up 2-0. He has 45 seconds to work until we're able to get belly down. Now Hines is going to go to the other side and work him over. Going to pick up 3 more near fall. So now a 5-0 lead. Going to do it again for some more near fall. This time he's going to scoot those hips out even further. Toes, the shoulder is still up by quite a bit. The left shoulder still up by quite a bit. Now Hines going to scoot those hips out. That shoulder drops just a little bit more. We're still tied up 2-2 on mat number 2 between Hasbrook from Henninger and Smith from Beulah Hazen. It's in the second period with 1:10 to go. Armani Smith is riding on top for Beulah Hazen. Now Hasbrook's going to hit. That guy hit a Peterson, but no change of position. They go out of balance, and your winner on mat number 1 and by fall is A.J. Hines. Advanced to the semifinals at 285.
In the hole on mat number 1. In the hole, mat number 1, 106 pounds. Dalton Feist of Napoleon, Ryland Vetter of South Border.
And mat number 2, now Hasbrook's going to put Smith on his back. He's up 4-2 with that reversal. Just a matter of time for Hasbrook to hit that Peterson. Now he's going to work on a near fall, or has near fall, working for a pin. Is Bowden Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton. They're in the second period with 30 seconds to go. Now he wins by fall. This is Bowden Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton over Monty Smith. He'll advance to the semifinals at 220 pounds. So Hasbrook, seeded number 5, defeated the number 4 seeded Armani Smith from Beulah Hazen. So he will take on Shane Nitschke from South Border. That's your topside semifinal match at 220 pounds.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2, 106 pounds. Will Mossberger in Salem Elmont, Logan Potts of Lemoore.
In mat number 1, we have another 285-pound quarterfinal match between Gabe Lakodek of Elva and Joshua Hayes from South Border. That's a 2-1 lead for Lakodek from Velva. Lakodek, a senior with 11-6 record, wrestling Josh Hayes from South Border Junior with a 5-10 record. In mat number 2, Lemoore Sage Gushis, a senior with a 10-7 record, wrestling Mace Stuber from Bowman County. Gushis, state qualifier for Lemoore Lobos a year ago. Mace Stuber, a senior for Bowman County with a 16-1 record. Mace Stuber wearing the blue singlet with the beach down the side here on the near side. He gets around 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 over Sage Gushis from Lemoore. That's on mat number 2. Lakodek for Velva now has a 7-1 lead over Hayes from South Border. That's down in the first period, 30 seconds to go in the first period. And on mat number 3, Tristan Miller from Williams County, 106-pound consolation round match. Leads 12-0 over Noak Swenson from Kindred. That's in period 3, under a minute to go on mat number 3, 106-pound consolation match. And Mace Stuber now has a 2-0 lead, has a cradle hooked up on Gushis. They're down to 40 seconds to go. Now Gushis able to get some hand controls and to stretch out. And Stuber still working underneath, going to walk head to knee. A nice hard crossface. Now he's going to go to work trying to screwdriver. Comes back around to the cradle. Gushis able to get a little separation, not able to spin out enough to get out front. And Stuber goes back to work on top. They're down to 14 seconds to go. Working underneath, has a wrist caught on the far side. Your winner on mat number 1 by fall is Gabe Lakodek, go over Joshua Hayes. So he is another semifinalist for 285. That was on mat number 1. Lakodek advances to the semifinals.
Bodie Henderson, Northern Lights, Jack Bombach of Killdeer. In the hole, mat number 1, 106 pounds. Henderson.
And now Grant Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos out on mat number 1. He takes on Fernando Rios from Hillsborough Central Valley. Rios, a sophomore with a 4-10 record. Lions for the Lisbon Broncos, a senior with a 22-2 record. The Lions goes right away over under. Stuber is working for a fall on Gushis. He's going to win by fall and advance to the semifinals at 220 as Mace Stuber for Bowman County. That was on mat number 2. And Grant Lions for the Lisbon Broncos. He hits a lat drop on the near edge of the mat. And he wins by fall. He'll advance to the semifinals at 285 for the Lisbon Broncos. He'll take on Lakaduk from Velva. So your semifinalists at 220 is Shane Nitschke versus Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. Then Klusman from EEK wrestling Stuber for your semifinals at 220 pounds, or your semifinalists at 220 pounds. A final quarterfinal match out here is Jaden Hankel from Oaks wrestling Bryce Prouty from Northern Lights. That match underway on mat number 2. We got a 106-pound quarterfinal with Dalston Feist and Rylan Vetter. Feist comes out, scores a takedown, and going to work on top, looking for a quick pin is Dalton Feist from Napoleon Imperials. Rylan Vetter on his back. He has him all tied up. His shoulder's not up by much. Feist all over him on top. He's up 2-0. He's going to pick up 3 near fall, so Vetter able to get belly down. Now 5-0 lead for Dalton Feist with a minute 11, minute 10 to go in the first period. It's a 106-pound quarterfinal. And mat number 3, Lincoln Swenson, 160-pound prelim match on mat number 3 for Kindred has a 2-0 lead over Kelson Maskell from Velva. That's in the second period with a minute 35 to go. That's on mat number 3. This mat number 2, 285-pound quarterfinal between Hankel and Prouty is still scoreless with 45 seconds to go. The wrestlers both head-to-head center of the match, or center of the mat. And working that Muay Thai hold and collar ties. A lot of hand fighting going on there on mat number 2, 285-pound quarterfinal between Hankel and Bryce Prouty. And Dalton Feist now working for more near fall and has a cradle hooked up on Rylan Vetter on mat number 1, 106 pounds, down to 20 seconds to go. That Vetter, he had that left shoulder up. Now Feist is going to adjust his hips and sticks that knee in to the side. And Vetter able to get belly down. It's the end of the first period. Dalton Feist will go with a 8-0 lead over Rylan Vetter at 106-pound quarterfinal on mat number 1. It's still scoreless going into the second period on mat number 2 between Hankel and Bryce Prouty. And Lincoln Swenson on mat 3 has built up a 5-0 lead over Kelson Maskell. That was a 160-pound prelim match on mat number 3. They're in the second period with 20 seconds remaining. And Feist has Vetter going over again. Has him kind of a 3/4 Nelson hooked up. Had those shoulders flattened out. Going to pick up a couple near fall. Now picking up some more. Feist just kind of manhandling Rylan Vetter. Now goes to a cradle. He locks it up. Traps the inside leg. He's up 10-0. Is now 12-0. He's going to win by fall. So Dalton Feist, your semifinalist, first semifinalist at 106 pounds, wins by fall over Rylan Vetter from South Border. It's still scoreless on mat number 2 with a minute 14 to go in the second period between Hankel and Prouty. Jaden Hankel, a senior, 19-10 record for the Oaks Tornadoes, wearing that black singlet with the tornado down the backside. Prouty for Northern Lights, a senior with a 22-6 record. Hankel, number 5 seeded wrestler. Prouty, number 4 seeded in the tournament here at the New Salem East West Classic. Both those wrestlers battling for their shot at the semifinals. The winner of that will take on A.J. Hines, number 1 seeded wrestler at 285 pounds here at the 2023 East West Tournament. Right now, your bottom side semifinalists at 285 is Grant Lions versus Lakaduk from Velva. Lions from Lisbon, Lakaduk from Velva. So that's your bottom side 285-pound semifinalists. And Bodie Henderson, Northern Lights here in the quarterfinals, wrestling Jack Bombach from Killdeer. Got scoreless in the first period with 1:10 to go. Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights with the 8th grader, 27-2 record. Down in the Fireman's on Bombach. Bombach's just going to hip down and stuffs it so far. Going to go back to work on the head of Bodie Henderson. Bombach on top with the black singlet and the orange and white trim. They're working on top now in the situation. We got scoreless with under 40 seconds, so we had a stalemate and a restart. We do have a score now on mat number 2, 285-pound in the third period. So it looks like Bryce Prouty now leads 1-0 over Hankel. So Hankel's going to have to go to work if he wants his shot at the semifinals and a shot at A.J. Hines. In the back room, mat number 3, 160. That looks like it's a final now. Lincoln Swenson from Kindred will win by decision over Kelson Maskell from Velva, 7-0. Oh, Lincoln Swenson staying alive going into the consolation brackets at 160 pounds. And still scoreless last few seconds of the first period between Bodie Henderson and Jack Bombach.
In the hole on mat number 3. In the hole, mat number 3, 106 pounds. Josh Turnus, Beulah Hazen, Maddox Campbell of Velva.
The start of the second period, Jack Bombach from Killdeer. The 7th grader will start on the bottom. Right away, hits a sit out. Now Bodie Henderson's going to go double boot ride and break him down to the mat. Bombach able to get back up to his base. At some point, it looks like they're going to get called with a potentially dangerous. And also blood time here on mat number 1 between Bodie Henderson and Jack Bombach. Henderson going over to the side there for some blood time. Down to 25 seconds to go between Hankel and Bryce Prouty from Northern Lights. Hankel from Oaks, a senior, 19-10 record, 22-6 record for Bryce Prouty. And down to 13 seconds. Hankel not able to get inside the guard. Now he's going to drop down, change his level on Prouty. Prouty's driving into Hankel, gets him down to the mat on the edge. No takedown with 5 seconds to go. And just as I say, Hankel can't get aside. He changes levels, attacks the legs, but Prouty's able to block that. Down to 1 second. So your semifinalist at 285 is Bryce Prouty. He advances by decision 1-0 over Jaden Hankel from the Oaks Tornadoes. They're still on blood time. 106 quarterfinal on mat number 1. So your first semifinalist at 106 pounds is Dalton Feist from Napoleon. He ended up winning by fall over Riker Vetter. Over Ryland Vetter. The match is now restarted with Bodie Henderson on top. He has an armbar. He's going to try to step to the back and get some near fall here on Bombach. He's going to pick up a count. Now he's on the edge of the mat. He picks up another count. Not able to string two together. Bombach still bridging here on the edge of the mat. And no near fall given up, so Bombach able to fight off his back. Gets out of bounds. Still scoreless in the second period with 1:05 to go in the second period. Now mat number 2, 106 quarterfinal between Will Mossbrucker and Logan Potts. Will Mossbrucker from New Salem Almonts up 2-0 over Potts. Mossbrucker Jr. with a 25-10 record at 106 pounds, wrestling Logan Potts, an 8th grader from Lemoore with a 27-2 record. In mat 3, 106 consolation, all Matthias Dahlstrom has a 7-0 lead over Sky Kramlich from Carrington. That's a 106 consolation round match on mat number 3. They're in the second period with 30 seconds to go. And Henderson is still with that double boot right. It's scoreless. They're down to 20 seconds to go. I have not see. I'll have to take a check if there's been any any stall warnings, so no stall warnings as Henderson continues to ride with that double leg ride. Going to take Baumbach down. Baumbach has the head. They're down to 6 seconds to go. They're going to put technical violation, 1 point to Green. So it was a technical violation on Baumbach. I don't know if he grabbed the headgear of Henderson, but Henderson gets 1 point, so he's up 1-0 at the end of the second period as time expires. So Bodie Henderson rides out Jack Baumbach. They'll go to the third period. Bodie Henderson leads 1-0 on mat number 1. And mat number 2, they're tied up 2-2. That's between Potts and Mossbrucker. They go into the second period tied up. And Potts' choice takes a look at the coach. Coach says, your choice, so he chooses bottom. So Logan Potts starts the second period on bottom. Tied up 2-2 with Will Mossbrucker. And Dahlstrom now builds a 10-0 lead over Sky Kramlich on mat number 3, 106 pounds. That's down in the third period with 1:10 to go. So Dahlstrom from Oaks with a 10-0 lead over Kramlich from Carrington, 10-0. Your team scores here at the quarterfinal round. Lisbon leads with 71 points. South Border in second with 59.5. New Salem Almont 52. Hettinger Scranton in fourth with 38. And Belva in fifth place with 37.5 points. Those are your top 5 teams. So far through the quarterfinals, we're at 106 pounds. Started the quarterfinals at 170. No, Potts gives up a couple near fall. He's trying to leg pass. And Mossbrucker is able to hold him down for a couple near fall. Mossbrucker takes a 4-2 lead. Now has a tilt hooked up on Potts. He's going to step across, gets a count. Potts able to get belly down. So now under a minute to go in the second period. Will Mossbrucker from New Salem leads 4-2. That's on mat number 2. Mossbrucker on top. We're in the black singlet. And Potts working for reversal. Mossbrucker has a cradle locked up. Potts is going to go inside the leg. In that situation position. Now Mossbrucker gets around, hooks the ankle. No change of position. Yeah, Potts going to work with some hand controls. Going to pull down on that arm. Has Mossbrucker going to his hips. Potts now in position to pick up a reversal, and he's going to do that. So it now ties it up 4-4 with 15 seconds to go in the second period. So Logan Potts able to score a reversal, ties it up 4-4. Logan Potts, just an 8th grader from Moore, 27-2 record. Wrestler Mossbrucker from Salem Almont, a junior, 25-10 record. Your final in the back room, mat number 3, Matthias Dahlstrom, your winner by 10-0 major decision over Sky Kramlich from Carrington. He'll advance in the consolation rounds at 106 pounds. That was on mat number 3. This started the third period. Wrestlers up in the neutral position. Yeah, Bodie Henderson still with that 1-0 lead going into the third period over Jack Baumbach on mat number 1, 106-pound quarterfinal. Got 1 point for Bodie Henderson coming on a technical violation. And Mossbrucker now looking for a takedown, 2-point takedown on Logan Potts. That's a 6-4 score. So Mossbrucker leads by a score of 6-4 over Logan Potts with that takedown on the edge of the mat. Restart. Logan Potts diving underneath, trying to hit that leg pass, kind of a Granby. And Bodie Henderson's going to win by a score of 6-4. So a wild finish there on mat number 3. So Bodie Henderson advances by a score of 6-4 into the semifinals. We got blood time on the mat. Logan Potts. Looking for some blood time here for Logan Potts. That's a 6-4 score with Will Mossbrucker leading Logan Potts here in the period number 3 with a minute to go in the third period. And Bodie Henderson pulling out a 6-4. Excuse me. I think I got that wrong. So I think it's Jack Baumbach won that one by a score of 6-4. over Bodie Henderson. I'm going to make sure I got that right.
Grayson Lyons of Lisbon, Riley Hasbrook of Hettinger.
I think that's Jack Bombach wins by a score of 6-4 over Bodie Henderson. Henderson, number 3 ranked wrestler. Bombach, your number 6 ranked wrestler. You'll see that pop up here. A wild finish. I was watching the Potts Mossbrucker match, and then the Bombach Henderson mat number 1 started popping off there, and I missed that. Right now, Cruz Ranke wrestling for the Lisbon Broncos against Keen Bell, or Cone Bell from Stanley. Bell scores a 2-point takedown. Bell placed 6th at 106 pounds last year. He has Ranke going over to his back, going to pick up some near fall. Ranke is going to try to bridge through. No near fall given up, so a 2-0 lead now for Bell. It is Bombach. So Jack Bombach, the 7th grader, advances or wins by decision 6-4 over Bodie Henderson. So Bombach takes on the winner of this Cruz Ranke and Cone Bell or Keen Bell from Stanley. Takes on the winner of this match on mat number 1. Right now, Bell is up 2-0 over Cruz. It's still getting things squared away on mat number 2 between Mossbrucker and Logan Potts. They have a 6-4 score. I'm not sure if the discussion is about, but it's a 6-4 lead for Will Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont. Logan Potts starting on the bottom for the Lemoore Lobos. Both wrestlers wearing the black singlets. Potts with the white stripe down the Lobos down the side of it on the bottom. And down to 50 seconds to go here. 6-4 lead for Will Mossbrucker. The winner of this takes on Jack Bombach in the semifinals. Or excuse me, takes on Dalton Feist in the semifinals. Logan Potts, number 4 seeded wrestler. Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont comes in unseeded. So Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks was the number 5 seeded wrestler. And Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont defeated Dahlstrom by fall at 5:49 to advance into the corners. Right now he's up on Potts by a score of 6-4. Looks like he's going to ride out Potts. Here down to 5 seconds to go. So Mossbrucker having to come through the prelims, and unseeded is going to advance to the semifinals against Dalton Feist. It'll be by decision, 6-4. And then Ranke and Bell, now it's a 3-0 score. The Bell's working 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat. That's on mat number 1. So now a 5-0 lead for Bell over Cruz Ranke. In the back room on mat number 3, 106-pound consolation round mat at the end of the first period. That's tied up back there. 5 apiece between Turnus from Beulah Hazen and Campbell from Velva. So beginning of the second period, that's tied up 5-5 in the back room on mat number 3, 106-pound consolation round match. A Bell for Stanley, this quarterfinal match at 106 pounds, is a freshman, returning state place winner. Has a 23-2 records, up 5-0 on Cruz Ranke, a 7th grader for the Lisbon Broncos with a 22-9 record. Ranke, a seeded number 7 in the tournament. Bell, number 2 seeded wrestler. Down to 20 seconds to go in that second period. And Bell had an escape and then a takedown in this third period to add on to his 2-0 lead at the end of the first, so he's up 5-0. And mat number 213-pound quarterfinal between Charlie Irwin and Justin Torrell from Hillsborough Central Valley. That match just underway. 113 pounds. Charlie Irwin at the fireman's carry. He's going to go to work, grabs the head of Torrell, takes him down for a 2-point takedown. So now Irwin's up 4-1 with a minute 20 to go in the first period for New Salem. So we'll probably step away here after this Cruz Ranke match. Step away for a word from our sponsors. Come back for the rest of your quarterfinal ballots. Now Bell's able to take Ranke over at his back with a minute 39 to go in this third period. Ranke, the left shoulder up just a little bit. Bell going to take that arm, takes it back across the shoulder, and is going to squeeze now. Ranke's going to try to bridge out of that. Those shoulders flatten down to the mat. Referee down taking a peek. Right shoulder just up a little bit. Now Queen Bell is going to win by fall over Cruz Ranke. So he is your another semifinalist at 106 pounds. So your semifinalist, 106, or Dalton Feist from Napoleon. He'll wrestle Will Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont. Mossbrucker, unseeded wrestler coming into the tournament. Takes on the number 1 seed, Dalton Feist. And then Jack Bombach upsets number 3, Bodie Henderson, by a 6-4 decision. He'll take on Bell from Bell from Stanley. So Bell wins by fall over Cruz Ranke at the quarterfinals. So those are your semifinalists, Feist and Mossbrucker, Bombach and Bell at 106 pounds. We're going to step away here from the Salem Almont 45th Annual East-West Classic. You're live here on yourliveevent.com. Be back in a minute.
Goose River Heating and Cooling, Hillsboro, serving the Hillsboro and surrounding communities, ready to provide you with service work to existing and new customers. Whether Corey and the crew installed your heating and cooling system or not, they're ready to assist you with your service concerns. And if it's time to update your heating and cooling systems, whether it's your home, farm shop, a cabin, or office building, give Corey and the crew at Goose River Heating and Cooling a call. 701-430-1990. That's Goose River Heating and Cooling, Hillsboro, serving the Hillsboro area and surrounding communities.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Hey, welcome back to New Salem, North Dakota, here for the 45th Annual New Salem East-West Classic here in the quarterfinal rounds at 113 pounds. It was Charlie Irwin, winner by fall over Toro from Hillsboro Central Valley. Toro defeated the number 8 seeded wrestler Liam Albrecht from Kildare to make it into the quarterfinals, but Charlie Irwin wins by fall. So he's your first semifinalist at 113 pounds for New Salem Almont Holsteins. You're watching the New Salem East 2023 New Salem East-West Classic live here on yourliveevent.com. We'll be back tomorrow morning for the semifinals. Plan to start around 10 o'clock. They'll have the start the wrestlebacks right away at 9 o'clock, and then we should be on a little bit after that. Kind of recap some of the quarterfinals and then get into your semifinal bouts tomorrow around 10 o'clock here on yourliveevent.com. Right now, quarterfinal matches. Couple 113-pound quarterfinal bouts on the board.
In the hole on mat number 3. In the hole, mat number 3.
And mat number 2 here on the black mat is Pitch Hager from Velva. A freshman, 21-10 record, wrestling Drew Carr, a sophomore from Carrington with a 22-17 record. And mat number 1, Jager Sand from Ellendale Edgeley Colm, wrestling Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bills Burke Central. Jager Sand, a 7th grader with an 18-10 record. That's on mat number 1, Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bills, a freshman with a 23-9 record. Right now, Mellon leads that one by a score of 4-2. And Jager Sand currently on the bottom. We're in the black singlet with the yellow backing on it. And Mellon on top. Sand trying to hit a Granby right on the edge of the mat. No change of position. That's a 4-2 lead right now for Mellon on the edge of the mat. Brings them out of bounds to get a restart. No change of position with a minute 21 to go in the second period. And mat number 2, 113-pound quarterfinal match. Pitch Hager from Velva leads 2-0 over Drew Carr from Carrington. That's with 1:45 to go in the second period. So Charlie Irwin, your first semifinalist for New Salem Holsteins, made it into the finals at the Bismarck Rotary this year. Came away with second place. The state place winner last year for New Salem, placing fifth at 106 pounds at the 2022 state tournament. And Mellon now working for fall against Sand. The winner of that match will take on Irwin in the semifinals at 113 pounds. He's up over the top with 42 seconds to go. He leads by a score of 4-2, but working for the fall on Jager Sand, the 7th grader from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. And Hager will pick up 2 points for a takedown. He's up 5-0 on Drew Carr from Carrington. That's in the second period with 49 seconds to go. And Mellon from Kenmare Bullbells right now heavy on the top, has a reverse half in. And Jager Sand fighting off his back with that left shoulder up. The referee down there with a good look at it. Hey, Mellon's going to had that far arm, just didn't get it stretched out. Now Sand's going to get to his feet. He picks up 3 near fall for Mellon at the end of the period. He'll lead by a score of 7-2. Going into the third period over Jager Sand from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. And Hager working for a fall on mat number 2 against Drew Carr. He picks up 3 near fall, so he's up now 8-0. Hager from Velva's up 8-0 as time expires in the second period. They're going to the third. Hager does with a 8-0 lead. Let's start in the neutral position for your third period. Sand starts the third period on mat number 1 on the top position. Right now, Mellon working for a stand-up. Sand able to return him back down to the mat. And mat number 3, 113-pound Consolation. At the end of the second period, Liam Albrecht from Killdeer, an 8th grader, 17-21 record. Wrestling Tavin Skalicki, an 8th grader, a 10-12 record from Williams County. So Albrecht takes a 4-0 lead into the third period. That's on mat number 3, 113 pounds. The wrestlers go out of bounds on mat number 2 between Hager from Velva and Drew Carr. 1:19 to go in the third period. 113-pound quarterfinal matches. The team scores. You're probably around the halfway point of your quarterfinals. Lisbon still leads with 71 points. New Salem Almont in second with 64. South Border in third with 59.5 points. Then Henninger Scranton in fourth place with 38. And rounding out the top 5 is Northern Lights with 37.5 points. Those are your top 5 team scores from the New Salem East-West Classic. Jager Sand up to his feet. He's working a cow catcher on Mellon. Mellon able to get down to the mat. Sand has caught the chin and an underhook. Now Mellon's going to go a single leg. Jager's going to try to elevator him over the top. He does get the elevator, but not able to swing him back around and chin whip. And now Mellon takes Jager Sand down to the mat here on mat number 1. Scores 2-point takedown, so he wins by decision 9-2. Connor Mellon, your semifinalist at 113 pounds, wins 9-2 over Jager Sand from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. And mat number 2, 113. Hager from Velva still a sizable lead, 10-0. And that one does go final with Pitch Hager from Velva. Your winner advances to the semifinals for Velva at 113 pounds. So Grayson Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos out on the mat. They're wrestling Riley Hasbrook, Henry Scranton. Grayson Lyons winning by decision 2-1 over Joey Hyatt. Hyatt, the number 7 seeded wrestler at 113. So Lions picking up a narrow 2-1 decision. Those two has gone bad at last couple weeks between Hyde and Lions. With Hyde coming out on top of those sudden victories, I think both of those matches went into sudden victory. One at a duel, and then the next one at the Storehawk tournament last weekend. So Grayson Lions getting a little payback winning this one at the New Salem East West 2-1 to make it into the semifinal or quarterfinals against Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. And Hasbrook working underneath. Lions with a gold singlet and has a front headlock. Not able to get head in the hole. Has that back leg caught up, so he does have a cradle locked up on Hasbrook. Hasbrook working this outside leg. You get a stalemate called. You got a winner by fall. Is Trace Hogarth at 120 pounds, advances to the semifinal, winner by fall over Alex Tandeski of Northern Lights. So Hogarth, returning and defending state champ. Should say at 113 last year, here at 120 this year. Advances to the semifinals at 120 pounds. Noah Anderson up for the Lisbon Broncos on mat number 2, wrestling Joseph Keller from Southboard. This is your quarterfinal on mat number 2, 120 pounds. Noah Anderson dropping down from 126 here, making his debut at 120 at the East-West tournament. He got a 2-point takedown. So Hasbrook takes a 2-0 lead into the second period with Grayson Lions. The Lions doing a good job in the first period, keeping it close, going into the second. Lions starting on bottom, wearing the yellow singlet. And on mat number 2 is Noah Anderson, wrestling Joseph Keller from South Border. And Anderson with the high crotch, working on the edge of the mat. The referee, Anderson's headgear come off. And Keller with a nice whizzer, good hard whizzer on Anderson. Anderson trying to keep those toes in balls. They go out of bounds for a restart. Grayson Lyons starts in the bottom position against Riley Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. Hasbrook, a freshman, 26-10 record. Grayson Lyons, a freshman for Lisbon, 8-15 record. Wrestling in the quarterfinals. Chance at the semis. Riley Hasbrook, the number 2 seeded wrestler. Grayson Lyons coming into tournament unseeded, defeated Joey Hyatt of Lemoore, number 7 seeded wrestler, to make his way to the quarters. Anderson with a single leg, nice mat return. A backwards trip. Takes him right down to the mat. And Keller right away up to his feet. Anderson's going to take him back down again. He got called out of bounds. Anderson leads now 2-0 over Joseph Keller from South Border. We're in the first period with 50 seconds to go. That's mat number 2. And Hasbrook still with that 2-0 lead, working the leg trick on Lyons. Lyons now going over to his back. Hasbrook just kept on walking that one around. They're down to 36 seconds to go. Lyons has to fight off here for the last 30 seconds if he wants to make it to that third period. The Lyons trying to get hand control. He's going to try to peel that wrist off his shoulder. So Hasbrook's going to pick up 3 near fall, so he's up 5-0 over Lyons. That's on mat number 1. And Noah Anderson now up 2-0. They're maintaining that 2-0 lead in their last 10 seconds of the first period on mat number 2. Noah Anderson, a freshman, 26-5 record. Joseph Keller, a freshman for South Border, 17-10 record. And mat number 313-pound Consolation is Gavin Rude from Kindred, 7th grader, 8-11 record, wrestling TJ Boyer from Mondack Thunder, a sophomore, 15-13 record. Right now Boyer up 2-0 at the end of the first period over Gavin Rude from Kindred. That's on mat number 3. A 2-point reversal for Hasbrook at the start of the third period. So he's up 7-0 over Grayson Lyons. 120 pounds now, a 2-1 score between Anderson and Keller. You know, Anderson starting the second period on top, has an armbar hooked up and caught the far wrist of Joseph Keller. Trying to walk it around. Anderson now is going to sit back with it. Keller able to shrug that off. We're down to a minute 25 to go in the second period. Mat number 1, Casbrook with that 7-0 lead over Grayson Lyons. And now Anderson has a nice half Nelson, deep half Nelson on Keller. Had him going over. Keller's able to get belly down. Anderson working the edge of the mat. Just lost that. Half Nelson was buried in deep. Keller able to get out of it here on the edge of the mat. So Anderson still up 2-1. You got to restart back in the center. Caught all the bounce. Now Boyer on mat number 3 has a 4-0 lead there in the second period with 20 seconds to go over Gavin Rude. That's in the second period, 113-pound Consolation. A restart, 120. Keller's working escape. Anderson able to return him back down to the mat. Has those legs turked. Now works up on Joseph Keller. They're down to 30 seconds to go with Anderson leading 2-1. Quarterfinal ball on mat number 2, 120 pounds. Now Riley Hasbrook will pick up 3 more near fall. He's up 10-0 on Grayson Lyons, so winning by a major decision. Last 5 seconds of this one on mat number 1. So Riley Hasbrook for Hettinger Scranton, a freshman, will advance to the semifinal round. Wins by a major decision over Grayson Lyons, 10-0. So start of the third period between Noah Anderson and Joseph Keller. Anderson starts on the bottom. Going to hit a stand-up. They're working hand control. Now Keller drops down. Anderson heavy hips in the mat. Trying to work a loss of control on that far edge. And Keller is going to go to the forklift position, slams those legs down to Anderson. And Anderson on his hip. Looks like we're going to get a stalemate. Now Anderson able to clear hips and gets 2 points reversal. He's up now 4-1. That's on mat number 2. Noah Anderson up 4-1 over Joseph Keller from South Border in the third period with a minute 20 to go. A minute to go in that third period on mat number 313 pounds is TJ Boyer from Mondack Thunder with a 7-0 lead over Gavin Rude. That's on mat number 3 in the third period, under a minute to go. And 120 quarterfinals, Kate Ulse over Carson Kazed, 2-0. That's in the first period. Now Kazed's going to get 2-point reversal and has Ulse going over to his back. Ulse able to scramble away, gets out of bounds, 3-point near fall for Carson Kazed. He's up 5-2 with 56 seconds to go in the first period. Carson Kazed from Hillsborough Central Valley, a freshman, 24-7 record. Russell and Kate Elsey from Mondack Thunder, a sophomore, 24-4 record. That's a 5-2 lead for Kazed now in the first period with 45 seconds to go. Noah Anderson down with 15 seconds to go, leads 4-1 over Joseph Keller from South Border. So Anderson enters the tournament number 3 seeded wrestler at 120 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. As Keller broke down, belly down in the mat with 5 seconds to go. So Noah Anderson, looks like he will advance to the semifinals for the Lisbon Broncos at 120 pounds. He wins by decision 4-1 over Joseph Keller from South Border. And Kazed, right now number 4 seeded wrestler in the tournament at 120 pounds, is up 5-2 over Elsey from Mondack Thunder. And Ryan Eng going out for the Lisbon Broncos. Ryan wrestling up here at 126 pounds for the tournament. And Anderson dropping down to 120.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on
Wrestling Braxton Yanish, a 7th grader, 23-9 record for Velva. Ryan Eng, a freshman for Lisbon Broncos, 18-3 record. The state runner-up at 106 pounds last year for the Lisbon Broncos. That match just underway. See, a minute 25 to go. We're in the second period on mat number 1. So Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. Now with a 5-3 lead, LC scores 1 point escape. In the second period with a minute 30 to go. It's still scoreless in the first period between Ryan Eng from the Lisbon Broncos and Brexton Yanish from Velva. A green warrant for stalling, so Yanish warrant for backing up. Ryan Eng down there in that fireman's position. Yanish warrant for stalling at the edge of the mat. And Eng right away, double leg shot on Yanish. Yanish still blocking Eng's shot. And going to the front headlock. And Ryan Eng trying to circle around, chase that leg on Yanish. Now he's going to grab the leg. And Ryan Eng is going to come out the back door. Yanish is able to whiz her down into Eng. Eng's going to scramble out of bounds. Get a restart back in the center of the mat, both up. This is 126 pounds. Quarterfinal match on mat number 2. 120 quarterfinal between Elsie and Kajed. That's now a 6-5 lead for Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. With 29 seconds to go in the second period. And Ryan Eng, 126 pounds on mat number 2. That's a 2-point takedown for Kajed. Has Elsie going to his back on the edge of the mat with 10 seconds to go. Now he's going to work for the foul. Carson Kajed, Saturday Night Ride, is going to flatten out those shoulders here on the edge of the mat. Down to 4 seconds. And he went by a fall with less than a second remaining. So Carson Kajed advances to the semifinal round by fall over Kate Elsie from Ondak Thunder. Still scoreless in this quarterfinal bout. 126 pounds. Ryan Eng starting on the bottom in the second period. Eng trying to work some hand control on Yanish. Yanish working a half Nelson on Eng. Nope. And Eng just trying to clear those hips. Now he gets stood up. And both wrestlers on their feet on the far edge of the mat. Oh, Yanish in on a takedown. Double leg on Eng on the edge of the mat. Eng able to get those hips and knees underneath him. Now going back to work on the head and that far ankle, or I should say that near ankle. Yanish going to work the out of bounds. Eng trying to pull him on. Now pulls him into his leg. And wrestlers caught out of bounds. Ryan Eng leads this one 1-0 with a minute 5 to go in the second period. And mat number 1, 120-pound quarterfinal between Elijah Ramos from Killdeer, sophomore, 18-19 record, wrestling Tanner Defoe, senior, for Hettinger Scranton with a 10-3 record. Ryan Eng down underneath trying to work a fireman's on Yanish. Yanish trying to step around Eng, still with that, now trying to hit an arm drag. Eng still trying to drag out of that. Yanish has been warned for stalling. We're down to 36 seconds to go in the second period. And mat number 3, 120 consolation round between Sean Barrett from Desilex Burlington, sophomore, 9-15 record. That one just went final with Barrett. It's like your winner over Aiden Hagemeister from New Salem Almont. So that was a mat number 3, 126 consolation round match. And Ryan Eng now going to try to go behind edge of the mat, get called out of bounds. Mat number 2, You're down to 14 seconds to go, and there's the second period. Eng leads that one by a score of 1-0. Quarterfinal match, 126. And mat number 1 between Ramos and Tanner Defoe from Henninger Scranton. Defoe is on top. He leads 3-0 there in the first period with 25 seconds to go. And Defoe has an armbar, trying to walk it around. Now loses control. And Ramos able to square those hips up. Going to go into the third period with Ryan Eng leading by a score of 1-0 over Braxton Yanish. Braxton Yanish starts the third in the bottom. He's going to hit a stand-up on Eng. Has Eng on his hip. Right now, Eng going to lock up a wrist. Yanish, the 7th grader from Velva, 23-9 record. Ryan Eng for the Broncos. Now Eng warned for stalling, so both wrestlers warned for stalling. 126 pounds. And with 1:38 to go. It's on mat number 2. The mat number 1, both wrestlers on their feet. The 3-2 lead for Defoe now against Elijah Ramos. Hey, Eng's got to bring down Yanish, or he's got to let him go. He's already been wound for stalling. Yanish is going to hit a re-switch. Now Eng re-switches Yanish. Eng's going to try to lock up a cradle. Goes to a single. Going to take him out of bounds on the edge of the mat. A good exchange, a scramble there between Yanish and Ryan Eng. A nice tight score on mat number 1. It's a 3-2 score between Ramos from Kildare and Tanner Defoe. Yanish now going back down to the mat. Ryan Eng still trying to ride him out with 1 minute to go. He's giving Ryan Eng everything he can handle here on the bottom. Eng on top. The third period, Eng's going to gets Yanish over for some near fall. I didn't see. He's got 2 near fall. Yanish tried to roll through. Eng picks up 2 near fall. A little bit of insurance here. Now up 3-0 with 45 seconds to go. Yanish trying to set up a Peterson on Eng. Eng's going to go down with that chop and purchase. Down to 35 seconds to go. Yanish takes a look at the clock. Has hand control underneath. And Eng's going to rodeo right around. Remember, Eng's been warned for stalling with 20 seconds to go. Eng now had a chicken wing locked up momentarily. Yanish is going to try to roll through on Eng. Eng's going to ride him out with 15 seconds. Ryan Eng looks like he's going to hold on to win this one. And down to 5 seconds. He's up 3-0. Now 4 seconds. Yanish is going to take him out of bounds with 2 seconds. Time runs out on the clock, so Ryan Eng is your winner by decision. 3-0 over Braxton Yanish and advance to the semifinals at 126 pounds. Sometimes you win ugly in this sport. Ryan Eng able to get out a win for the Lisbon Broncos over Braxton Yanish.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2. 132 pounds. Riker.
Oh, tied up. Oh, still 3-2 lead here. Excuse me, that one should have went. 3-2 lead going into the third period for Tanner Defoe over Elijah Ramos. That's on mat number 1. And mat number 2 quarterfinal between Tristan Lepp and Clayton Hinker. Clayton Hinker is junior from Beulah Hayes with an 8-6 record, wrestling Tristan Lepp, a junior, with an 18-6 record. That's a 126-pound match. So Tristan Lepp placed 5th in 2020. Had 106 pounds at the state tournament last year. He's a state or not even didn't make it to the state tournament. Not able to qualify. Tough weight bracket. So Lepp wrestling Clayton Hinker. That's on mat number 2. Oh, 4-2 score. Tanner Defoe has an extra point, little insurance point on there. He's up 4-2 against Elijah Ramos from Kildare. That's a 120-pound quarterfinal. With a minute to go, they're in period number 3. Now under a minute to go, down to 45 seconds on mat number 1. Ramos corner cheering him on, trying to get him going here. Needs a takedown to tie it. Takedown and back points will win it. Tanner Defoe trying to hang on, backs out. Ramos readjusts his headgear, goes back in with 25 seconds to go. Here on mat number 1. They're scoreless on mat 2 between Lepp and Hinker. That's 126 quarterfinal. And Defoe now over the top on Ramos. Down to 14 seconds to go. Ramos is going to shoot in. Defoe still backing up, takes a couple more steps back. Ramos going to hit a lat drop. He hits it. No points given up. Time runs out. Just runs out of time. Elijah Ramos hit a lat drop. Had Defoe in trouble, but Defoe able to hold him off. And he'll advance to the semifinals at 120 pounds.
In the hole on mat number 3. In the hole on mat number 3, 126 pounds. Cameron Benson of Killdeer. Bryce Schneider.
So your semifinalists at 120 is Trace Hogarth from Carrington and Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. That's your top side bracket semifinalist. Bottom side is Noah Anderson from Lisbon Broncos. He'll wrestle Tanner Defoe from Hettinger Scranton. And both of those wrestlers, Anderson advanced by a 4-1 decision over Joseph Keller from South Border. And Tanner Defoe advances by a 4-2 decision over Elijah Ramos from Kildare. So those are your semifinalists at 120 pounds. We're working on 126-pound semifinals. Your first one is Ryan Eng from Lisbon. He won by decision over Brixton Yanish by a score of 3-0. And working for a fall is Tristan Lepp, so he's going to win by a fall and advances to the semifinals. So Tristan Lepp will take on Ryan Ing in the semifinals. That's at 126 pounds. So Clayton Hinker did have an upset. He defeated Kyler Shaleski, number 4-seeded wrestler from Hettinger Scranton. So Hinker made his way into the quarterfinals by defeating Shaleski from Hettinger Scranton. And now Lepp comes out, number 5-seeded wrestler, defeats Hinker, so he makes his way to the semifinals against Ryan Eng from Lisbon at 126 pounds. Your other quarterfinal, 126 pounds, is Sawyer Owens, Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling Aaron Brimhall. That's on mat number 1, from Williams County. Sawyer Owens, a freshman, 26-5 record for the Burros. Aaron Brimhall from Williams County, a senior with the 31-2 record. That's with 33 seconds to go in the first period. That's on mat number 1. And mat number 2, 126 quarterfinal. Miles Thielgis from Kindred wrestling Trenton Klatt from New Salem Holsteins, hometown favorite. Klatt is up right now by a score of 2-0 with a minute to go in the first period. Klatt currently on top with the black singlet and white trim here on mat number 2. He's up 2-0. Miles Thielgis, an 8th grader, 16-11 record. A state place winner last year at 106 pounds, placed 8th at the state tournament. Trenton Klatt, a sophomore for New Salem with an 18-5 record. And Trenton Klatt, also a state place winner last year, placed 5th at the state tournament at 115 pounds. He had some good matchups with Griffin Greenlee last year. Going head-to-head, and then also in the dual tournament, or the dual championship last year. And Klatt defeated Greenlee in the 5th and 6th place match. So Klatt ended up with 5th, and then Greenlee in 6th place at 113. And then they met up in the championship match of the dual tournament, and Greenlee came out on top of that one. One of those decisive matches or decisive bouts in that state championship match for the Lisbon Broncos, able to pull that decision out. Mat number 1 between Brimhall and Sawyer Owens. That's still a 2-0 score at second period, or with a minute 30 to go in the second period. That's 2-0. Blood time just getting cleaned up here on mat number 2. Mat number 3, 126 consolation round is Nick Garber from Carrington. 8th grader, 29-15 record. Wrestling Kyler Schleski. Schleski was upset in that first round from Hettinger Scranton. He's a freshman, 24-15 record. Right now he has a 7-4 lead over Nick Garber. So that's at second period there at mat number 3. That's actually the end of the second period with Schleski leading that one by a score of 7-4 over Garber from Carrington. A couple 2-0 scores here in this main jip on mats number 1 and 2 with Brimhall up 2-0 over Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley on mat 1. Mat 2, Trenton Klatz up 2-0 over Miles Thiel just from Kindred. Mat number 2 in the first period down to the last 5 seconds. With Klatt leading that one 2-0. There at 6 seconds left, the stoppage in time for a restart with some blood time. Mat number 1's in the second period with Sawyer Owens riding on top of Aaron Brimhall. Owens kind of wearing that. We got to count. Sawyer Owens did as Brimhall tried to roll through. And end of the second period. Sawyer Owens' choice. He chooses bottom to start the third period. He's still on blood time on mat number 2 between Theologist and Klatt. Nick Garber and Kyler Schleski on mat number 3. Schleski increases his lead now 9-4 over Nick Garber. Yeah, we'll step away. At the conclusion of this at the conclusion of this Miles Theologist match here on mat number 2, we'll step away for another word from our sponsors. And that'll be at the conclusion there in the second period with a 2-0 lead for Trent Klatt from New Salem Holsteins. Now your team scores through the 126-pound quarterfinal bouts. Lisbon's in the lead with 81 points. South Border in second with 66.5. New Salem in third with 64. In fourth is Hettinger Scranton with 51, and in fifth is Velva with 43.5 points. Those are your top 5 teams here at New Salem East-West 45th Annual. Also celebrating their 60th anniversary of wrestling here in the community of New Salem. We'll have some presentations tomorrow right before the finals or championship matches. We'll bring those to you on yourliveevent.com if you want to tune in there. We have a couple broadcasts tomorrow. We'll start tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning to bring you the semifinal action. Might start a little bit earlier, just depends on where we're at with those wrestleback rounds. We'll bring you all the semifinal actions and then your placing rounds, and then we'll break away momentarily and come back for your championship bout, and then the program that they're going to put underway here for the 45th annual New Salem East-West and their 60th anniversary for their wrestling community here in New Salem. So that'll all come your way tomorrow on yourliveevent.com. Now a 3-0 lead on mat number 2 for Trent Klatt over Miles Theologist. Theologist on top in the second period with 30 seconds to go. Theologist has to return Klatt down to the mat. Oh, no, picks up 2 points for a takedown. So he does get the 2 for a takedown. It's up Theologist is down 3-2. And down to 20 seconds to go. Klatt's going to try to come out the back door. Theo just got high. And Klatt's going to get around for a 2-point reversal. Now a 5-2 score with 10 seconds to go in the second period. And mat number 1 is Aaron Brimhall, your winner by decision over Sawyer Owens. That was on mat number 1, 126-pound quarterfinal. So Aaron Brimhall advances to the semifinals at 126. This is your semifinal bout on mat number 2 is back into blood time. with Trenton Clatt leading that one by a score of 5-2. And underway on mat number 1, quarterfinal 132-pound bout. Is Carson Hildery, a sophomore from Velva, 27-3 record. Victor Christian from Mondack Thunder, a sophomore, 16-11 record. He has a 2-point takedown. And looking with this leg Turk to crossface. Now looks like he wants to set up a cradle there, but Christian able to get belly down. So Hildery is up 2-0 from Velva, sophomore, 27-3 record. Christian from Mondack Thunder, sophomore, 16-11 record. That's on mat number 1. The start of the third, Trenton Clatt starts in the bottom position. Right now, no change of position. Looks like he almost had a cradle locked up and a reversal on Theologist. Theologist able to scramble through that now. It locks up this near leg on Trenton Clatt, so no change of position. Get a stalemate call. Still a 5-2 score in the third period with a minute. No, now blood time, but it looks like there's about a minute 15 to go in the third period, so we have more blood time on mat number 2, with Trenton Clatt leading that one by a score of 5-2. And mat number 1, 132 quarterfinal, with 24 seconds remaining in the first period. It's still a 2-0 lead for Hildery of Velva over Christian from Mondack Thunder. That's 2-0. In back room, mat number 3, 126 consolation round. In the second period, Cameron Benson from Killdeer, with a minute to go, has a 5-0 lead over Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Schneider, an 8th grader with a 4-17 record, wrestling for the Napoleon Imperials right now. He's down 5-0 to Cameron Benson from Killdeer. On mat number 3 now, 5-1 scores. Schneider scores an escape. Both wrestlers in the neutral position. That's on mat number 3 in the second period. Under 30 seconds to go. Now 7-2 lead for Trenton Clatt over Miles Steele. Just able to score this reversal with 30 seconds to go. We're in the third period, now down to 20 seconds. And Clatt has a 7-2 lead. The last 5 seconds here with Miles Steele just and Trenton Clatt. A 7-2 decision, so your winner advancing to the semifinals is Trenton Clatt for New Salem Holsteins. Wins by decision over Miles Steele, just 7-2. So your semifinalists at 126 pounds is Ryan Eng. Advances by decision over Brexton Yanish, 3-0. Tristan Lepp advances by fall over Clayton Hinker. And Aaron Brimhall defeats Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley by decision 2-0. So Brimhall in the semifinals for Williams County. Brimhall, number 6 seeded wrestler, makes it into the semifinals. And then Trenton Clatt, number 2 seeded wrestler from the Salem Holstein, advances with that win by decision 7-2 over Miles Theologist. So those are your semifinals at 126 pounds. So we're going to step away here from New Salem High School, home of the Holsteins, and take a word from our sponsors. We'll be back to finish out our quarterfinal bouts here at the 45th annual East-West Wrestling Classic.
In the hole on mat number 1. In the hole on mat number 1, 100.
Take a good look at Hillsborough. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsborough Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsborough's Main Street. The Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroughnd.com.
Trail District Health Unit is here to provide you with health and wellness services, including health education, blood sugar and hemoglobin screenings, blood pressure checks, vaccinations, free COVID home tests, vision and hearing screenings, home care visits, limited-term medical equipment, and more. Contact Trail District Health for information about childhood or adult immunizations and where you can get them. Call Trail District Health Unit at 701-636-4434. Trail District Health is here to prevent, promote, and protect.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's Jerrid.
Hey, welcome back here in Salem High School, home of the New Salem Sioux. We're in the quarterfinal bouts here at 132 pounds. Your 45th annual East-West Wrestling Classic, live from New Salem on yourliveevent.com. Mat number 1, Daxton Esslinger for Napoleon, wrestling Zane Allwander. Esslinger has a 2-1 lead there in the first period, last 5 seconds of that one. That's at 132-pound quarterfinal. And mat number 2, Riker Vetter for South Border, has a 5-2 lead, so he's up 5-2 over William Cook from Kenmare Bull Bells. That's at the end of the first, start of the second. Riker Vetter wearing the blue singlet. It's going to start. Looks like he's going to start in his bottom position. Right now they're on blood time. So Vetter wearing the green leg band starts in the bottom position. That's on mat number 2. Mat number 3, 132-pound consolation round is Jeremiah Schmidt from Williams County, wrestling Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore. That match in the second period, end of the first, start of the second. That's scoreless on mat number 3. The match underway after that blood time. They're in the second period with Vetter on bottom trying to work a switch. Vetter's up 5-2. And William Cook able to come over the top, has his leg turked. And Vetter, then a crossface of Vetter now giving up near fall. So William Cook picking up some near fall on Riker Vetter. He's trying to look in that bow and arrow position if you grab that back ankle or back foot. He's going to pick up 3 near fall. So now he's going to tie this up with Riker Vetter. Riker Vetter, a freshman, 19-8 record. Now trying to work another switch, but William Cook able to regain control. The match just tied up William Cook, a sophomore from Kenmare Bull Bells, with a 20-5 record. And mat number 1, Daxton Esslinger, 132, a senior with 10-4 record, wrestling Zane Allwander, sophomore from Oaks, with a 19-10 record. Esslinger now has a 4-2 lead, both wrestlers in that neutral position. And wrestlers now will go black to lock up on mat number 1. William Cook's going to take the lead. Has an 8-5 lead. Picks up some more near fall. He's up 8-5 over Riker Vetter. And down to the last 14 seconds, second period. Riker Vetter now on his back again. Those shoulders are flat to the mat. Referee gets down there, just missed them. He pick up 2 near fall. Kind of an awkward position, caught everybody a little off guard. So now he's up 10-5. William Cook takes a 10-5 lead. Starts the third period in the bottom position. Cook seeded number 4, Vetter number 5 in the tournament. Now we got a potentially dangerous Vetter's leg, awkward position, so they get a restart. Now Allwander's up 7-6 over Daxton Esslinger. Allwander trying to work a guillotine. Esslinger trying to sit through. That arm pulled back behind Esslinger's head. We get a potentially dangerous call. Zane Allwander trying to make his way into the semifinals. for the Oaks Tornadoes. He's up 7-6 over Daxton Esslinger on mat number 1. Allender on top, wearing the black singlet with the tornado on the back. Esslinger is going to hit a sit out and then hips over. Picks up 2-point reversal. He's up now 8-7. Good explosive first move on the bottom by Daxton Esslinger, taking the lead 8-7 down to 55. Under 50 seconds to go now in this third period. That's on mat number 1. Has that leg turk from Allender. Now Allender gets that leg free. Building his base, trying to get some momentum, and off the bottom as Zane Allender gets stood up. Releases. Now tied up 8-8. Under 30 seconds. Esslinger and Allender going at it. Esslinger shoots in. Allender in control on top, has Esslinger belly down. You got your winner by fall is William Cook on mat number 2. William Cook, your winner on mat number 2. Over Riker Vetter by fall. And time's going to expire here. Still no change of position. We're tied up at 8. Time runs out on the clock. We're going to go into overtime on mat number 1. You're tied up at 8. Chance to go to the semifinals here at New Salem East-West. And now up on mat number 2. Cashton Wadeson for Lisbon Broncos, a junior, 26-3 record. Wrestling Caleb Sarsland, the senior from Bowman County, with a 20-11 record. Your quarterfinal bout on mat number 2 just underway. Wadeson coming off a 5th place finish at the Storehog Wrestling Tournament. A loaded bracket. And Tucker Johnson from Valley City took the championship in that one. Wadeson had to defeat the number 2 North Dakota Class A wrestler from Bismarck St. Mary's for that 5th place finish. I believe he had to wrestle Levi Hinkle in the consolation semis. Hinkle ended up beating him, I think, by 1 point. Cashton Wadeson out here looking for some redemption, trying to get some momentum going into the tournament time here next week. Start the dual tournament and then individual tournament after that, leading into state. So Zane Allender is going to win that one by a score of 10-8. So Zane Allender makes it into the semifinals for the Oaks Tornadoes. Winner, sudden victory over Esslinger. Daxton Esslinger, number 3 ranked wrestler for Napoleon, goes down to Zane Allender. Wadeson with the 2-point takedown on mat number 232 pounds. Now up on mat number 1, Corbin Clifton from Carrington wrestling Sawyer Knoll from Bowman County. That's on mat number 1. And Corbin Clifton, 2023 Storehog champ. Wrestled last week in Lisbon. He has a 2-point takedown. Sarsland working an escape at the end of the period here on Wadeson. Wadeson's going to control him, takes him back down to the mat. No change of position, so Wadeson will take a 2-0 lead into the second period. Sarsland wrestles for Bowman County. He's a senior, 20-11 record. Wadeson, junior, 26-3. And mat number 1, Corbin Clifton, and sophomore, 26-13 record, wrestling Sawyer Knoll. An 8th grader, 21-10 record for Bowman County. So Bowman County wrestler on each, I guess, mat 1 and 2 in the quarterfinals. One at 138 on mat 1, 132 on mat number 2. Mat number 3, 132-pound consolation round is Bryson Amiot from Rugby. Ties it up now with Riker Lakowitzer from Kinder. That's tied up 2-2 on mat number 3. They're in the second period with looks like under a minute now to go. That's tied up 2-2. Yeah, blood time on mat number 2 between Wadeson and Sarsland. So Wadeson over being tended to by his coaches. A blood crew out here for New Salem taking care of business. Amiot from Rugby on mat number 3 takes a 4-2 lead. Under 50 seconds to go in the second period. Mat number 1, Corbin Clifton's up 2-0 at the start of the second over Sawyer Knoll from Bowman County. A good scramble here on mat number 1 between Clifton and Knoll. Knoll rolls through, hip ice through, has that leg of Clifton. Clifton a little bit high. Knoll trying to work out the back door. Clifton's got him in a head cradle. That's that inside leg. Now he's going to go. Knoll still has that arm locked around his leg. Corbin Clifton's up 2-0. That's on mat number 1. We got blood time cleaned up on mat number 2, so we're back back underway on mat number 2. The start of the second period. Cashton Waitson's up 2-0. Waitson's choice here, he chooses bottom. To mat number 1, Clifton picks up 3 near fall on Sawyer Knoll. He's up 5-0. Under 20 seconds to go in that second period. That's on mat number 2. Or excuse me, on mat number 1, the white mat with the black circle. Black small inner circle. The black mat, full black mat is mat number 2. They're on a 132-pound quarterfinal with Waitson coming out the back door on Sarsland. Sarsland still has that hold of that ankle. Waitson now gives him 2-point reversal. Now Waitson's going to go to this tilt position. The chicken wing is going to try to tilt Sarsland over and get him to his back. And dig that arm out on the near side. Now going to work on the far side of Sarsland's going to went to the hammerlock. Now loses control. Has to get back in riding position on top. It's still 5-0 lead on mat number 2 between Corbin Clifton from Carrington and Sawyer Knoll. Now Sarsland working for an escape on the edge of the mat. They go out of bounds. Sarsland hits the hardwood floor, runs back to the center for the restart. Waitson's up 4-0. They're in the second period with 45 seconds to go. Waitson leads 4-0. Cashton Waitson, number 2 seeded wrestler. Sarsland from Bowman County, number 7. Waitson has a cradle locked up. Just going to try to ease this one over, hip it over. That arm is free of Sarsland, and Sarsland's just going to try to pull himself out of bounds. Gets to the edge of the mat, and they're going out of bounds for a restart. And Clifton's up now 7-0, down to 35 seconds to go in the third period on mat number 1. 7-0 lead over Sawyer Knoll from Bowman County. In mat number 3, 132 consolation round. Caden Smith from Deslax Burlington wrestling Trevor Daly from Hettinger Scranton. Caden Smith, a junior, 11-20 record for Deslax. Wrestling Daly, a freshman for Hettinger Scranton, 10-14 record. That's scoreless in the first period on mat number 3, 132-pound consolation round batch. 5 seconds go here. It's a 4-1 lead for Cashton Waitson. Down to the last 5 seconds in the second period. Waitson has a armbar locked up. Tried to get around, no change of position. Now Waitson's going to go bottom position to start the third. Sarsland a senior, Waitson a junior. That match is final with Clifton advancing to the semifinals by decision 7-0 over Sawyer Knoll. That was at 138 pounds. So Corbin Clifton, number 1 ranked wrestler, number 1 seeded wrestler, I should say, at 138 for the tournament. Waitson on bottom here. Has that hold of the leg of Sarsland. Now he's going to back around. Gets hipped over. And Sarsland's still trying to hang on. Waitson's going to try to elevate that inside leg. Sarsland trying to hang on for a restart. Get a stalemate. The ref grabbing his whistle. They get stalemated. I don't know if that's a word, stalemated, but we got a stalemate called. Waitson with a 4-1 lead. 1:32 minutes 17 to go in the third period. Waitson, it's a stand-up. Sarsland's going to come around with the cradle. Tried to lock up, chomp over the top with the cradle. Oh, Waitson going inside cradle of his own. Head in the hole, is going to walk it over. Sarsland's on his back. Waitson's going to go over the top, north-south. And Cashton Waitson at one time picked up his 100th win and had 75 or 76 pins. Picked up his 100th win a couple weeks ago. And working for the fall, down to 36 seconds to go in the third period. Waitson's up 6-1. He'll have 3 near fall coming up after this. He's going to readjust, reverses at half. Going to step around now with a headlock. Going to hip ice down into it, smother over the top. Sarsland's able to chase the leg of Waitson's going to roll him through. Sarsland trying to roll Waitson through. Waitson's going to pick up 3 points and then 2 reversals. So that'll take that. No, now Waitson's going to reverse it here. He gets those 2 points back. 11-3 score. Waitson will win by major decision. He gets that extra team point or extra bonus point back. Cash and Waitson advances to the semifinals by decision 11 or by major decision 11-3. Hey, Sarsland did the right thing on that headlock. Waitson left his leg hanging there. He went around and chased it. Able to roll him through for reversal, and Waitson reversed him back by grabbing the head and coming around, making for an exciting finish there. Waitson pulls out the major decision win, 11-3. So your semifinalist at 132 is Carson Hildreth from Velva. He'll wrestle William Cook from Kenmare Bull Bells. And then the bottom side semifinalist is Zane Allwander from Oaks. One sudden victory, 10-8 over Dexton Esslinger from Napoleon. He'll take on Cashton Waitson from Lisbon Broncos. Waitson a winner by major decision over Sarsland from Bowman County by a score of 11-3. So those are your semifinalists at 132 pounds. And now at your 138 for Lisbon Broncos is Carter Wallner. I believe these wrestle in Haviland DeLong. Those two did meet up. They met up at the Central Cast tournament with Wallner coming out on top of that one. Carter made it into the championship round and won the Central Cast Letterman's tournament. So this is a rematch. I believe they would have met up in the semifinals. That's on mat number 2. Wallner number 4 seeded. DeLong number 5. DeLong, Wallner's going to hang on the bottom. DeLong's trying to turn the corner, has Wallner down, scrambling through. Wallner hits the leg pass. Not trying to hit a leg cradle. Wallner's trying to hit a leg cradle on DeLong. Oh, they both go in this leg pass position. Wallner's back's down to the mat. DeLong's going to. Wallner's trying to roll through, pass. Scrambling here in the edge of the mat. We're looking for a stalemate call. Wallner. Call her a stalemate between Wallner and DeLong on mat number 2. And mat number 1, 138 pound. It's Gus Bombach from Kildare. Has a 7-0 lead on Brody Hoffman there in the second period as time ticks away at our start of the third. So Gus Bombach from Kildare Jr., 36-2 record. Takes a 7-0 lead into the third over Brody Hoffman, a sophomore from South Border, with a 21-5 record. So Bombach up 7-0. Hoffman starts the third, riding on top. Well, no score. With 40 seconds to go, we got blood time on mat number 2 between DeLong and Carter Wallner. The wrestlers out of bounds on mat number 1 between Hoffman and Bombach. Now Bombach's up 8-0 with that escape. And DeLong quickly back to the center of the mat after his blood time. Looking forward to this rematch with Carter Wallner. DeLong, a junior, 26-5 record. Carter Wallner, senior for the Broncos, 18-2. Little snap down by Wallner, and then retreats back to the center of the mat. Down to 15 seconds to go in the first period. Yeah, Bombach has an inside cradle hooked up. He's going to step around for 2 points. Now up 10-0 on Brody Hoffman from South Border. That's on mat number 1, 138 pounds. Third period with 50 seconds to go. And DeLong and Wallner at the end of the first is scoreless. A flip of the coin goes to Green. Green's going to defer, so Wallner's choice going to choose bottom. No, he's going to choose neutral, so he thought about it with his coach. Now it goes neutral for Carter Wallner. It's the start of the second period. Scoreless between Wallner and Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights. On mat number 2, 138-pound quarterfinal bout. And mat number 3, 138 consolation round match in the end of the first period between Adam Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley and Madden Barstead from Velva. That's scoreless at the start of the second. So that's between Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley and Madden Barstead. Going to the second period, that's scoreless. 138 consolation round. Now DeLong's going to get Wallner down to the mat. Wallner's still holding on to that ankle. Has DeLong a little bit of trouble here on the edge of the mat. Wallner would have to pull DeLong on if he wanted to score. DeLong's going to hang on to this ankle and try to step around. Wallner working down to the ankle. Now DeLong's going to step around. Wallner elevates. Going to tie up that ankle and try to get a hand around the waist to get called out of bounds for a restart. Good scramble on the edge of the mat. Gus Bombach on mat number 1 has a 12-0 lead. He'll be a win by a major decision, 12-0 over Brody Hoffman. As time expires, so Gus Bombach advances to the semifinals. 138 pounds, winner by major decision, 12-0 over Brody Hoffman from South Border.
Mat number 1, 145 pounds. Glassman, South Border, Nelson of Lisbon.
We're still scoreless in the second period, down to 20 seconds to go. Wallner's choice. I should say Haviland DeLong deferred. So Wallner's choice in the second, and he chose neutral. The scoring opportunities by each wrestler, both times on the edge of the mat. So we're still scoreless in the second. DeLong will have choice to start the third. They're down to 12 seconds. And mat number 1, Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling Rocker Aguilar. Right now, Nelson has a 1-0 lead, now a 3-0 lead. Picks up that 2-point takedown. And Henry Nelson, a senior, 28-2 record for Hillsborough Central Valley. Wrestling Rocker Aguilar, a sophomore for Williams County, 27-8 record. We have a couple Nelsons, the number 1 and number 2 seeds here. Mike Nelson for Lisbon Broncos, the number 2 seed at 145. And Henry Nelson has his half buried in deep on Rocker Aguilar. He's going for the fall. Gets him flipped over on his back, both shoulders. The right shoulder up now just a little bit for Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley. He has 50 seconds to go. And Aguilar still fighting off his back. Now Henry Nelson's going to go reverse half, goes under the arm. 3-0 lead with 33 seconds. He's going to win by a fall for Henry Nelson. Advances to the semifinals at 145. And mat number 2 between DeLong and Wallner. DeLong scores an escape. He's up 1-0 in the third period. DeLong has a high crotch. Wallner's going to toss him over. No change of position at the edge of the mat. Down to 58 seconds. With Haviland DeLong is up 1-0 here in the third period. No stall warnings given up by either wrestler. Get a stalemate, restart back in the center of the mat with 42 seconds to go. Wallner's down 1-0 to Haviland DeLong. Now DeLong, nice change, level change. Going to take Wallner down to the mat. Wallner still with that wizard, didn't give up on it. The referee's going to award 2 points, but Wallner with the wizard is going to step over, not able to get it going. He's going to give up a 1 count. So now DeLong's up 3-0. Time ticking away, last 15 seconds of this quarterfinal bout. Number 4 and 5, Wallner, the number 4 seed, DeLong, the number 5 seed. He's up 3-0, so he'll take this one into the semifinals. Haviland DeLong advances over number 4 seed, Carter Wallner. He wins by decision 3-0. We're going to go ahead and step away here. Got a little break, or at least I need a little break, and step away for a word from our sponsors, pay a couple bills, and then we'll be back to clean up the rest of these quarterfinal bouts. Started at 170 pounds, working our way back up through to 160. That'll close out your quarterfinal matches for the day. Still wrestling our consolation round matches. And we'll finish those up today, or at least the first round consolation matches, along with your quarterfinals here in this first day of the 2023 East-West Wrestling Classic, live from New Salem on YourLiveEvent.com.
3R Floral of Hillsboro, your Valentine headquarters. Flowers, floral arrangements, and other gifts for your special someone are available at 3R Floral, but order early. Call 701-636-2000 or stop at the shop on Main Street in Hillsboro. You can also find great gift ideas for all occasions, including Elm River Crafts by Missy, featuring tumblers, mugs, water bottles, sippy cups, and more. Check out the Azure Made Sweets and Treats, featuring bath bombs and sweets. If you can dream it, we can do it at 3R Floral in Hillsboro.
Here it's way more hands-on. The college has better equipment than the shop I'm at now. Like, you name it, they got it. You get to use your tools and your hands a lot more. My name is Sean, and I am here for my future.
First week of college, I can't tell you how many friends I've made. It's a family, you know what I mean? Like, every time I go to a meeting, like, everyone knows my name. They're always kind to me. I love it. I can't explain how much I love it here. My name is Junior, and I'm here for my future.
H509. If you are already a member, thank you. If you are not a member, we would love to invite you to join Hillsboro Dollars for Scholars. As we come into the season of giving, we remind you every graduating student who applies will receive at least one scholarship through Hillsboro Dollars for Scholars. So we can continue this amazing program, please consider a gift this season to Hillsboro Dollars for Scholars. Visit H509 Hillsboro Dollars for Scholars website or Facebook page for more information.
Hey, welcome back to New Salem, North Dakota, home of New Salem Sioux, live from inside the barn at New Salem High School here for the quarterfinals of the 2023 East-West Wrestling Tournament. Approaching our 145-pound quarterfinal matches. I believe we have those going on now. Should be on all matches, or excuse me, on all mats. We do have 138 quarterfinal on mat number 2 between Grant Wagner from Oaks and Cole Gerhardt. Gerhardt has a 6-0 lead, now a 7-0 lead on Grant Wagner from Oaks. A couple of seniors going at it. Wagner, senior with an 18-11 record for the Tornadoes. Cole Gerhardt for New Salem Altamont, the senior with an 8-1 record. Gerhardt going down with an injury at the Carrington L. Larson tournament. Getting back into action here at the East-West in front of the home crowd. Got a caution start on Gerhardt. He's up 9-0 with that takedown on the near edge of the mat. So he's up 9-0 in the second period with 1:44 to go. Then our 145 quarterfinal bout on mat number 1 is Riley Dahl from New Salem Almont wrestling Jaron Frank from Hettinger Scranton. Frank with a 4-1 lead, so it's 4-2 lead now with a minute to go in the second period. So Jaron Frank has a 4-2 lead over Riley Dahl from New Salem Almont. Riley Dahl, a senior, 18-10 record. Jaron Frank, a junior for Hettinger Scranton with a 24-4 record. And on mat number 3, 138, consolation round match is Cooper Breedall for Deslax Burlington, a junior, 4-15 record wrestling. Aiden Jones, sophomore from On Deck Thunder, 12-16 record. Right now, Breedall leads this one by a score of 4-1 on mat number 3, 138, consolation. They're in the second period with a minute 21 to go in the second period. And Gerhardt still with that 9-0 lead. With 50 seconds to go in the second period up over Grant Wagner. Right now, Gerhardt does have a cradle locked up on Wagner. Wagner trying to dig out some fingers underneath. Does get some hand control, breaks the hold. Now hits a stand-up. Nice move to a stand-up. Gets hips away. Kind of a hip iced in there, but Gerhardt drops down, changes level, takes those legs away from Wagner. A little scramble position. Now Garrett comes out on top of this one. Has Wagner on his back. Wagner giving up near fall. Down to 10 seconds to go in the second period. So Cole Gerhardt working for a fall. Has his 3 near fall locked up. Down to 3 seconds to go in the second period. And time runs out on the clock, so he will go up 12-0. He does win by fall, so that time ran out, but referee and the clock official says that there was a win by fall, so Cole Gerhardt, your winner by fall, advances to the semifinals for the New Salem Holsteins. That was on mat number 2 at 138 pounds. Mat number 1, 145 quarterfinal. Riley Dahl and Jaron Frank, a 4-3 score, and then the third period with a minute to go. Riley Dahl trying to work a reversal. Right now, Jaron Frank in trouble on his hip. Dahl has that far ankle locked up. Only thing that's saving Frank. Now he gives up 2 points. So Riley Dahl's going to go up 5-4. Home crowd likes to see that here in New Salem inside the barn. So now Riley Dahl leads 5-4. The senior from New Salem trying to get it done to make it into the semifinals. Gonna restart. They got 35 seconds to go. Frank gonna try to hit a switch here. And Dahl in good riding position behind the elbows and the armpits. Frank with that head now picks his head up. He's gonna hit a switch. That Dahl down to his hit a hip. Now goes inside the leg down to 12 seconds. Going to be an exciting finish, but Dahl's just riding that ankle and back. The referee is still letting him just ride the ankle, so looks like Riley Dahl's going to win this one by decision 5-4 over Jaron Frank of Hettinger Scranton. Riley Dahl advances to the semifinals for the New Salem Holsteins. Get this. So Jaron Frank, number 4, Riley Dahl, number 5. So Dahl coming out on top of that one by decision. Advances to the semifinals. Now up on mat number 1, number 2 seed Mike Nelson for Lisbon. Wrestling Carson Glazeman from Southport. And Nelson on a double leg. Takes Glazeman down for 2 points. Goes right away into a cradle. Has Glazeman locked up on the edge of the mat. Go out of bounds. As soon as Nelson locks up that cradle, the south border coaches hollering hands, get hand control. And Mason Elmer on mat number 2, 145-pound quarterfinal. He's up 2-0 over Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. That's at the start of the second period. And mat number 3, 138 quarterfinal, or consolation round, should say. They're in the second period with Maddox Schockman from Lemoore, the sophomore, 12-11 record. He's up 5-0 over Gavin Davidson. The Glaceman's going to pick up 1 point for an escape. Nelson pushes into him. And Nelson double leg shot. Glaceman back to the mat, working the edge, has a whizzer in. Nelson's going to try to double it up and bring him back on. And Nelson picks him up, drags him to the center, back trips him down to the mat for 2 points. He's up now 4-1. That's with 40 seconds to go. And Nelson in control on top. Leads 4-1, 145 quarterfinal on mat number 1, mat number 2. And Mason Elmer now is up 4-1 over Harrison Schwartz. You're in the second period with 1:05 to go. And Maddox Schockman now has an 8-0 lead over Gavin Davidson from Williams County. And Mason Elmer, mat number 2. The full black mat. Directly in front of us here in the center of the gym. And Melmer's going to let Harrison Schwartz go. Now it's a 4-2 lead for Mason Melmer with 30 seconds to go in the second period. And Melmer electing to try and score on his feet. They get out of bounds at the start of the second period between Glaceman and Nelson. And Nelson landed on top. And Nelson dives in right away. They're trying to secure that near arm and set up a dumper at Fireman's. And Glaceman's able to back out of that. That's on mat number 1. 1:35 to go. And Nelson working a Russian tie. Glaceman's going to drag it through to a single. Drops down to a double, working the edge of the mat. Nelson trying to turn the corner. Has the leg secured. Picks up 2 points on the edge of the mat, so now it's a 6-1 lead for Mike Nelson. And Nelson, a junior, a 19-0 record. Carson Glaceman for South Border Mustang, a junior, 24-5 record. And Nelson conferring with the coaches. They got a caution on bottom, so I don't know, going to be caution on red. And Nelson warned with caution. Glaceman gets stood up and away for a 6-2 lead now for Mike Nelson. And mat number 2, and Mason Elmer now has a 7-2 lead. They're in the third period with 1:30 to go. And mat number 3, 145 consolation is Mason Waggle from Napoleon Wrestling. Colby Sperry from Bowman County. Sperry has a 2-1 lead over Waggle. They're in the start of the second period at 1:45 on mat number 3. Oh, Melmer is up 9-3 in the third period. And definitely saw an opening or has an advantage on his feet. It's going to shoot in again on Harrison Schwartz and pick up another takedown. 11-3 score, and building up his cushion here with an 8-point lead. And now 11-4 with 40 seconds to go in the third period. So Mason Elmer leads 11-4, has a 7-point lead. And Mike Nelson up 8-2. Nelson with the cradle, crossface cradle, has it locked up tight on the edge of the mat. He's going to sit back. And Glaceman just trying to force himself out with 12 seconds to go. Nelson's up 8-2. And Glaceman's going to crab out of bounds. Or shrimping, I guess, in MMA world they call that shrimping. So able to get out of bounds is Carson Glaceman for a restart. Nelson's up 8-2. Oh, just at the end of the period, Harrison Schwartz had a reversal and then was putting Melmer on his back, but time runs out. So going to the semifinals, 145 is Mason Melmer from Beulah Hazen, wins by decision 11-6. Nelson up 8-2, works 2 points for reversal, now up 10-2. It's in the third period, a minute 32 to go in the third period. 145 pounds on mat number 1. Nelson's up 10-2. The junior from Lisbon with the 19-0 record. They're working a crossface over the top. And Glaceman gets to his feet. Nelson, mat return. Oh, Glaceman belly down. And mat number 2, 152 quarterfinal is Trucker Bombach from Killdeer. Freshman 25-10 record, wrestling Ty Wolding, the senior from New Salem Almont, 23-3 record. That match underway here in the first period with a minute 20 to go. They called stalemate. A restart back in the center of the mat. And Nelson now working for a fall on Glaceman. And Nelson will advance to the semifinals by fall over Carter Glaceman from South Border. And picking up the win and a couple bonus points for the Lisbon Broncos is Mike Nelson. At mat 3, 145 consolation. Now Kobe Sperry now has a 9-4 lead over Mason Wago from Napoleon. That's in period number 3 with a minute 40 to go. Mat number 3, 145 consolation round. Kobe Sperry now leads 9-6 score. Wago's on top with a minute 30 to go in the third period. And Marshall Lindgren out here at 152-pound match. At quarterfinals, picking up near fall. He loves to go to that elbow pass, inside leg ride, and then into the spladle. He looks for that. Comes out there right away firing with that move. He's got it here. He's going to pick up 3 near fall, so he's up 5-0. He goes back to it. So Lindgren now up. He's up 5-0. The first period's going to go. Lets Emery Knoll escape, so it's now a 5-1 score. That's on mat number 1. Lindgren 2-point takedown now is up 7-1 for South Border. That's on period number 1 with 50 seconds to go in the first period. And mat number 2 between Bombach and Wolding in the second period, start of the second. Oh, Ty Wolding from New Salem leads that by a score of 2-0. And Bombach's on top. Wolding standing up here on mat number 2. No potentially dangerous called. Wolding, or excuse me, Bombach has that chicken wing and he's going to take him up and return him down to the mat. The referee stops it before anything bad can happen. A restart. 22.6 seconds to go in the first period. Lindgren's up 7-1 on that restart with Knoll. Knoll stands up. Lindgren drops down to a leg. It's the way to survive Marshall Lindgren is you have to get through that first 30 to 45 seconds with Marshall Lindgren. If you can do that, you got a chance. Oh, Lindgren back to that inside leg grind, goes to the head cradle, and end of the first period. Marshall Lindgren leads by a score of 7-1, 152 pounds. In the second period with 48 seconds to go, Tucker Bombach, Ty Wolding. Wolding has a 3-0 lead with that escape. Wolding holding the center of the mat. Bombach just a freshman for Killdeer with a 25-10 record. And Lindgren trying to work a dump. Now arm drags around for a 2-point takedown. So Lindgren now up 9-1, 8-point lead over Emery Knoll from Bowman County. And mat number 3, 145 consolation is Dante Hart from Standing Rock, a senior with a 2-11 record, wrestling Logan Vincent from Velva, an 8th grader, 15-8 record. A scramble here between Bombach and Wolding. Wolding in that forklift position is going to sit back. Time runs out on the clock. Wolding, 2 seconds on the clock. The referee kind of jumped the gun on the whistle there just as Wolding was sitting back. Bombach was Both shoulders down. The final 2 seconds going into the third. Ty Wolding takes a 3-0 lead. Into the third period with Tucker Baumbach choosing the bottom position to start the third. And Marshall Lindgren now up 9-1 over Emory Knoll. They're down to 45 seconds to go in this second period. Baumbach is able to catch that leg underneath the Wolding. Now he's going to step through. Has Wolding in a little bit of trouble. He picks up a reversal. So 3-2 score on mat number 2. Baumbach down by 1 to Ty Wolding. 152-pound quarterfinal with a minute 29 to go in the third period. Baumbach has a bar half. Barred up on the far side, trying to run a half. Nelson on the near side still has that arm bar. Down to a minute. And Wolding trying to counter. It is a 3-2 score in favor of Ty Wolding. Wolding stands up. Still no potentially dangerous call. Now gets called for stalling. Tucker Baumbach has to let him go. A 4-2 score. So Ty Wolding leads 4-2. 50 seconds to go in the third period. Marshall Lindgren's now up 11-1. Goes to that Spladle. Going to try to end this one on Knoll. Knoll's keeping that head up, trying to defend. We got a scramble here between Baumbach and Wolding. Baumbach hit a throw on Wolding. Wolding's able to counter it. He came out of that scramble after the throw on top. He's up 6-2. And down to 20 seconds to go. Now down to 14. Wolding needs this one by a score of 6-2 over Baumbach. Wolding has a half. Nelson, almost put on a full Nelson. Got those hands changed out. Baumbach gets up to his feet. Final 2 seconds. So your semifinalist, 152 pounds, is Ty Wolding from the Salem Almont Holsteins. Winner by decision, 6-2. So Ty Wolding take on the winner. Marshall Lindgren working for a fall over Sawyer Knoll. They get potentially dangerous. That's on mat number 3 with 46 seconds to go. Lindgren leads that one by a score of 13-2. It's probably the 5th or 6th Spladle I've seen Marshall Lindgren use tonight on this match with Knoll. Mat number 2 now up 152 pounds. Quarterfinal botch is Cale Eibach from Deslack Burlington wrestling Cale Kovar. Eibach defending state champion, 152 pounds. A senior 29-1 record. His only loss coming to Ty Wolding. Kovar in on a double leg. Goes up 2-0. It's down first minute of this period, so Cale Kovar takes a 2-0 lead. And Marshall Lindgren and Emory Knoll, that is now final. Lindgren wins by major decision, 15-3. That's a 15-3 major decision win for Marshall Lindgren. Advances to the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs. So that semifinal bout will be Lindgren wrestling Wolding. Top side of the bracket for 152-pound semifinals is Lindgren and Wolding. Now up for the Lisbon Broncos on mat number 1 is Blaze Ranke, 152 pounds. Wrestling Mason Schumeyer from Belva, senior, 21-8 record. Blaze Ranke for the Broncos, junior, 24-3 record. And on mat number 3, 145 for Lemore's Braden Steffes has a 2-0 lead over Region 1 opponent Rylan Wald, a junior from Oaks with a 10-9 record. That's in the second period, under a minute to go. Ranke on the edge of the mat has 2-point takedown in that scrum with Schumeyer. So Ranke's up 2-0 A minute 25 to go. Wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. The start of the second period, Kale Abach from Dislax Burlington now has a 3-2 lead over Kale Kovar. Kovar came out opening period, scored that takedown. Ibach able to fight his way back up 3-2. Kovar working for a reversal. Has that inside, leg tied up inside, trying to hit a peek out. Ibach now up 5-2. Braden Steffes has a 4-0 lead, and then it's a mat number 3, 145 consolation round. And Blaze Ranke a 2-0 lead, got a stalemate with 31 seconds to go. That's mat number 1. Ranke riding on top. Mat number 1 with the white outer circle. Yeah, Ibach in control of the match here on mat number 2. Is up 5-2, 45 seconds to go in the second period. Ranke on top. Schumeyer broke belly down. Schumeyer able to get to his base with 10 seconds to go in the first period. And down to 2 seconds. Schumeyer's going to roll through. Ranke follows him around. Time runs out. Ranke takes a 2-0 lead into the second period, 152-pound quarterfinal match. Steffes Bilges lead 6-0 on mat number 3, 145-pound consolation round match. That's a 6-0 lead over Ryland Wald. Ibach's working for a fall into the second period over Kovar. Picks up 3 points for a near fall, so Ibach goes up 8-2. And Ranke all up 3-0 with that escape. Now a takedown, goes up 5-0 with under a minute 30 to go in the second period. Has the leg turked. He's going to try to dig out that arm. And then run it over. The bottom wrestler warned for stalling. So Schumeyer warned for stalling. Got a restart back in the center of the mat. Or blood time, so we have blood time on Ranke. Schumeyer warned for stalling. Ranke's up 5-0, second period. We have a minute 3 to go in that second period. Ibach has a 9-4 lead with a minute 5 to go on mat number 2. A 9-4 lead over Kale Kovar. Kovar on a single leg. Ibach with a quarter. Nelson's just going to try to walk this around. Kovar gets in a little bit deeper on Ibach. Down to 40 seconds. Kovar walking in. Now Ibach gets him, broke belly down. Attacks the hands. Steps around for 2-point takedown. He's up 11-4. Blood time now. Looks like we're almost squared away on mat number 1. Mat number 3, 145. Into the third period, looks like Braden Steffes will advance in the consolation rounds at 145. Wins by decision 8-1 over Ryland Wald from Oaks.
In the hole on mat 3. In the hole on mat 3 at 150.
Ranke on that restart. Schumeyer knee walking out. Go down to the out of bounds on the far side of the mat. Now tried to hit a sit out. Ranke's up 5-0, under 50 seconds to go in the second period. Schumeyer's been warned for stalling. Ranke goes leg ride, going to try to dig out a wrist. Now goes crossface over the top. He has it secured. That far shoulder is going to reach out, try to stretch that Far arm out. Schumacher's able to get belly down. Schumacher still hanging on that arm. Oh, able to pass it over the top. Still broke belly down. They get a stalemate. And a restart back in the center of the mat. It's on mat number 1. Second period with 15 seconds to go. Schumacher knee walks, tries to stand up. And mat number 2, Eli Lyons wrestling Garrett Hebel. Hebel with a 2-0 lead. Eli Lyons making it into the semifinals, or excuse me, the quarterfinals for the Broncos. Now Hebel goes cradle on Eli Lyons, going to walk it over the top. Lyons able to break that hold. Hebel picks up 2 points for a near fall. Hebel keeping those legs turked on Lyons. This is on mat number 2. We got blood time on mat number 1. Mat number 3, Tanner Mengi has a 2-0 lead over Max Chernlin. Then another battle of Region 1 in the second period with 1:24 to go. And Garrett Hebel advances to the semifinals by fall over Eli Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos. That was in the first period. About the minute mark of the first period, winner by fall is Garrett Hebel.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2, Greg Fuhrer of Ellendale Edgerton-Combe, Tanner Blackwell of Pettinger. In the hole, 152-pound Consolation, Greg
The match back underway. Blood time cleaned out, or cleaned up. Start of the third period, Blaze Ranke has a 7-1 lead over Mason Schumacher. Ranke going chicken wing. Going to step back as Schumacher tilted over for some near fall. Schumacher is going to roll through with Ranke out of bounds, so it picks up 2 near fall, now 9-1 score. A match underway on mat number 2, Maverick Ford for Kimmer Bullbells, wrestling Dallas Badiger from Stanley. Ford with senior with a 15-2 record. Badiger for Stanley, a senior 19-14 record. Now 11-2 score on mat number 1, 152-pound quarterfinal between Schumacher and Blaze Ranke. 11-3 score. Ranke with an 8-point lead, now doubles up on Schumacher, picks up 2 points for a takedown. Goes up 13-3, now a 10-point lead's going to keep that leg turked with 1:10 to go in the third period. Ford in it on a single, kind of high crotch single going on Badiger from Stanley. Gonna work his way around, goes arm around the waist, gonna walk back around the other way. And Badiger tried to go to a leg pass. Gets out of position, but still no takedown given up. Still a 13-3 score between Schumacher and Blaze Ranke. With 40 seconds to go, and that's in the third period on mat number 1. Schumacher scores 1 point for an escape. Goes to level change, head chop, level change. 13-4 score. Ranke doubles up. Takes Schumacher down to the mat. 2 more points for a takedown. Now 15-4 score. And Badiger's going to score a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 under 30 seconds to go over Maverick Ford. Ranke with 10 seconds has a 15-4 lead. So Blaze Ranke will advance by major decision, 15-4 over Schumacher from Belva. So your semifinalists, 152, Marshall Lindgren and Wolding the top side, and Eibach and Ranke on the bottom side. Their semifinalists at 152. All right, with that result, we'll go ahead and step away for another timeout here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Hey, welcome back to New Salem, North Dakota, here for the 45th annual New Salem East-West Tournament. Tournament started back in 1977. We're on the 2023 edition. Here broadcasting live on yourliveevent.com. Into our quarterfinal ball. It's the last batch of our quarterfinals here at 160. We started the day at 170. The wrestlers currently all out on the mat. Mat number 1 is Cole Stock for Saltborder, sophomore, 20-8 record. Wrestling Cade Harms from Beulah Hayes, a senior, 15-9 record. That's scoreless with 30 seconds to go in the first period. Mat number 2, Maverick Ford and Dallas Badiger getting back to that match at the end of the second period with 10 seconds to go. It's a 3-1 lead for Badiger from Stanley. Maverick Ford on a double leg. Ford's going to pull his head out with 4 seconds to go. Has arm around the waist, steps over. Still nothing given up. No signal by the referee. Time runs out. No takedown. So Badiger takes a 3-1 lead into the third period. Ford starts on the bottom for the third. And Cole Stock and Cade Harm still scoreless. And on mat number 3, 152-pound consolation round is Landon Spear from Kenmare Bull Bells, has a 4-0 lead over Jaden Weathersby of Williams County. Landon Spear, sophomore, 15-8 record, and Weathersby from Williams County, a senior with a 15-15 record. A 1-point escape now for Maverick Ford from Kenmare Bull Bells. A 3-2 score. Ford goes right away, double leg. Not wasting any time, down to a minute 35 to go. The Dallas Bediger from Stanley has a 3-2 lead over Maverick Ford. His defensive pin, so Maverick Ford comes up with a defensive pin over Badiger. They had him in that north-south position. Badiger was trying to hang on. Maverick Ford leans into it, picks up the defensive pin. And he'll advance to the semifinals at 160 pounds. And a 1-0 lead for Cade Harm over Cole Stock. That's 160-pound in the second period on mat number 1.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2, 160-pound consolation. Tate Thorpe of Oaks, Ben Thompson, Hillsboro.
So Maverick Ford advances to the semifinals at 160 pounds. Right now, Cade Harm and Cole Stock locked in a battle in the second period with 30 seconds to go. They go out of bounds. Cole Stock had a single leg locked up. Harm able to get out of bounds for a restart back in the center of the mat with 30 seconds. That's 26.3 seconds to go. 160 pounds in the second period on mat number 1. Mat number 2, you're trying to get the bout squared away as maybe something's out of order. And mat number 3, 152 consolation round there. And then blood time right now. That's on mat number 3. Landon Spear from Kenmare Bull Bells leads that one by a score of 7-0 over Jaden Weathersby from Williams County. We will have Consolation. So this will be the last quarterfinal bout on mat number 1 between Cole Stock and Cade Harm, and then the rest of the our matches are consolation round matches. So mat number 2 is consolation round 152. That's Braden Chenault from Hillsborough Central Valley, a freshman, 8-18 record, wrestling Jack McDonald, a sophomore from Kindred with a 6-16 record. Chenault now checking into the scorers table, gets out on the mat, and we're in the red leg band. All tied up on mat number 1 between Stock and Harm. A minute 11 to go in the third period. We do have another quarterfinal. So we got Henninger and Caruth coming up. That's on mat number 1, so they're backed up a little bit. So Caruth still to come up on mat number 1 quarterfinal. And mat number 2, Chenault picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 over McDonald. That's on mat number 2 consolation round. And Cole Stock's going to score a 2-point takedown. On the edge of the mat, it'll go behind. It's up 2-0 over Cade Harm. So Harm number 4, Stock number 5. Right now, Cole Stock from South Border is up 3-1 with 30 seconds to go in the third period. Escape won't do it for Harm. He's got to get a reversal, tie it up. Oh, Harm able to stand up, gets away for an escape. They go bull-headed, head-to-head on the edge of the mat. Stock just went right into Harm. They collided at the edge. Right now, Cole Stock has a 3-2 lead with 13 seconds to go. Harm's going to shoot in. Stock's going to push the head down, try to go behind. Harm resets. Stock gets behind a 2-point takedown, and that'll secure it. So Cole Stock advances to the semifinals at 160 pounds by a winner by decision 5-2 over Cade Harm from Beulah Hazen. So your semifinalists at 160 is Garrett Hebel from Lemoore and Cole Stock from South Border. Battle of Region 1, the first semifinal, 160. And then your bottom side is Maverick Ford from Kenmare Bull Bells wrestling that match still has to be wrestled here between Caruth and Henninger. So that match coming up on mat number 1. So Riley Henninger, Mondack Thunder Jr., 18-12 record, wrestling Isaiah Caruth Jr., 26-6 record from EEK. And Caruth gears a double leg takedown for two points. Chenault has a 4-0 lead. McDonald's going to step around, scores 2-point reversal, so a 4-2 score with 35 seconds to go in the second period. It's a 4-2 score. McDonald now down by 2 points. He's right on top, has a hammer lock, and goes to work on the ankle. Isaiah Caruth now up 5-0 with a minute 14 to go in the first period. Caruth on mat number 1 has an armbar locked up, catches the far wrist. Now just going to try to drag it back. He grabs the chin. He did pick up a couple near fall. Picks up his 3 near fall, so he's up now 8-0 with first period with under 40 seconds to go in the first period. Isaiah Caruth working for his chance to represent EEK in the semifinals at 160 pounds. He's up 8-0. Mat number 2, Chenault has a 6-2 lead over Jack McDonald from Kindred. Brain Chenault, Hillsborough Central Valley, a freshman McDonald from Kindred, a sophomore. Down to a minute 15 to go in the third period.
Just a reminder, folks, for tomorrow, weigh-ins will be at 8 o'clock, and we will start with third-round wrestlebacks at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. At 9 o'clock, we will start with our third round of
We'll finish up with our wrestleback round here tonight, and that'll do it from New Salem. We got our last quarterfinal match going on, 160 pounds between Isaiah Caruth and Riley Henninger from Ondak Thunder. Caruth leads by a score of 8-0 at the start of the second period. Probably at the conclusion of this quarterfinal, we'll step away and then recap or come back and recap our semifinal matches. Then come back tomorrow morning for those bouts. Wrestling gets underway at 9 o'clock tomorrow with your second and third round wrestlebacks or consolation rounds. Semifinal will start around 10:30. Isaiah Caruth is up 10-0, trying to smother over the top. Flatten those shoulders of Henninger. Henninger trying to bridge out, chase that leg. The referee has a look at it. He's going to slap the mat. So Isaiah Caruth, your semifinalist at 160 pounds for the Ellendale Edgeley Calm Thunder. So that'll do it for your quarterfinal bouts. We're down to going through our first round consolation matches here at the 2023 East-West Wrestling Tournament. A breakaway here momentarily. Right now, team scores. Lisbon's in the lead with 100 points. New Salem Almont in second with 86. South Border in third place with 77.5. Velva with 56.5. And Henninger Scranton sitting in fifth place with 52 points. So those are your top five teams. Once again, Lisbon with 100 points. New Salem Almont 86. South Border 77.5. Velva in fourth, 56.5. And Henninger Scranton with 52 points. Now you're listening to Live Event. YourLiveEvent.com. We're going to break away for another timeout. Come back, recap your semifinal matches for tomorrow, and then call it a night here from home of New Salem Sioux, live from New Salem High School inside the barn. You're listening to Brent Dick on YourLiveEvent.com.
Remember, if you are missing your cell phone and still want to try to call somebody before
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Hey, welcome back to New Salem High School. You're live on YourLiveEvent.com, bringing you your first day of the 2023 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. The Lisbon Broncos currently have the lead of 100 points to New Salem's 86.5 points. Sitting in second spot are the New Salem Holsteins. Looking at your semifinalists for tomorrow as we finish up our consolation round here today. 106 pounds is Dalton Feist from Napoleon Wrestling, and Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont. So that's your topside quarter or semifinal bout at 106. Then Bombach from Kildare, Russell Keem Bell from Stanley for your second semifinal match tomorrow at 106 pounds. 113-pound semifinalist is Charlie Irwin from New Salem Almont to Russell Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bells. And then Pitch Hager from Velva will wrestle Riley Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton in your second semifinal at 113 pounds. And going to 120 pounds is Trace Hogarth for the Carrington Cardinals, wrestling Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. And then Noah Anderson from the Lisbon Broncos will wrestle Tanner DeVoe from Hettinger Scranton at 120 pounds, your semifinalists. 126 pound semifinalist is Ryan Eng from the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling Tristan Lepp from South Border Mustangs. And then your second semifinal bout is Aaron Brimhall from Williams County. He'll take on Trenton Klatt from the New Salem Almont Holsteins at 126 pound semifinal matches. 132 pounds is Carson Hildre from Velva. He'll wrestle William Cook from Kenmare Bullbells in your first semifinal bout. And then Zane Allender from the Oaks Tornadoes picks up a sudden victory, 10-8 decision over Daxton Esslinger, making his way to the semifinal match. He'll take on Cashton Waitson from the Lisbon Broncos. Waitson advances by 11-3 major decision over Sarsland from Bowman County. That's at 132 pounds. 138 pounds. The semifinalist is Corbin Clifton from Carrington. He advanced by a 7-2 decision over Sawyer Knoll from Bowman County. And he'll take on Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights. DeLong won by decision 3-0 over Carter Wallner from Lisbon for his shot in the at a championship match here at 138 pounds. This is your first set of semifinalists. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, we have Baumbach from Killdeer, winning by a 12-0 major decision over Hoffman from South Border. He'll take on Cole Gerhardt from New Salem Almont. And Gerhardt won by fall over Grant Wagner from the Oaks Tornadoes. That's your bottom side semifinal match at 138 pounds. 145 pounds is Henry Nelson from the Hillsborough Central Valley. He'll take on Riley Dahl from the Salem Almont Holsteins. Dahl advances by an 8-7 decision over Jaron Frank from Hettinger Scranton for his place in the semifinal match tomorrow. And then Mason Melmer will take on Mike Nelson from the Lisbon Broncos in your second semifinal match. Mason Melmer won by 11-6 decision over Schultz from Deslax Burlington, and Mike Nelson advanced by fall over Carson Glazman from South Border. That's your 145-pound finalists. At 152 pounds, your first semifinal is Marshall Lindgren, the winner by major decision 15-3 over Emery Knoll. In the quarterfinals, he'll take on Ty Wolding from New Salem Almont Holsteins. Wolding won by a 6-2 decision over Tucker Baumbach from Killdeer. Your second semifinal bout at 152 pounds is Cale Eibach from Deslax Burlington, defending state champ. Will take on Blaze Ranke from Lisbon. Ranke made his way into the semifinals with a 15-4 decision over Mason Schumeyer from Velva. That was a 15-4 major decision win by Blaze Ranke to make his way for a championship match. That should be a rematch of the finals here last year between Eibach and Ranke. They're going to meet up again here for the semifinal bout tomorrow. Semifinals get it underway at around 10:30 tomorrow morning. 160-pound semifinalists are Garrett Hebel, winning by fall over Eli Lyons in the quarterfinals. And he'll take on Cole Stock from South Border Mustang. Stock, your winner over Cade Harn from Beulah Hazen. Your second semifinal bout is Maverick Ford from Kemmerer Bullbells. And he'll take on Isaiah Cruth from the Ellendale Calm Thunder. That's at 160-pound semifinal bout. At 170 is Bowden Greenlee from the Lisbon Broncos. He'll wrestle Cole Henderson from Northern Lights. So Greenlee won by fall over Brock Wendell in the quarterfinals. Henderson advanced by a 3-1 decision over Meal from Oaks at 170 pounds. And then your second semifinal bout is Miller from Deslax Burlington. He won by decision over Norton, Brock Norton from New Salem Almont by decision 3-2. He takes on Jace Nitschke from South Border. And Nitschke won over Deontay Anderson to make his way into the semifinals for the South Border Mustangs at 170 pounds. In 182, Ivan Cruth for the EK Thunder won by fall to advance into the semifinals. He'll take on Levi Svems. Svem winning by fall for the Lisbon Broncos at 182 pounds over Jackson Holter from Kenmare Bowbells. So top side semifinal bout is Ivan Kruth versus Levi Svem. The bottom side is Tristan Pikas for Hettinger Scranton, wrestling Bombach from Killdeer. Bombach able to advance with 11-2 win, major decision win over Isaac Herbal from Northern Lights. Make his way to the semifinals at 182 pounds. 195 semifinalist is Braden Seltzler. He'll take on Mason Olander from New Salem. Olander advanced with a 9-5 decision over Landon Potasic from the Oaks Tornadoes. And bottom side semifinalist is DeAndre Anderson, is Nick Anderson from Hettinger Scranton. He defeated Griffin Wilhelmy from Stanley. He'll take on Gabe Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos at 195-pound semifinal. So Seltzler and Olander and Anderson and Lyons at 195 semifinals tomorrow. 228 pounds is Shane Nitschke for South Border Mustangs. He takes on Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. So Bowden Hasbrook making it into the semifinals for the Hettinger Scranton. Take on Shane Nitschke, 220. And then Noah Klusman for the EK Thunder takes on Mace Stuber from Bowman County at 220-pound semifinal. And then 285-pound semifinal bouts is A.J. Hines winning by fall over Ian Toll from Rugby in the quarterfinals tonight. And then Bryce Prouty won by decision 1-0 over Jaden Hankel from Oaks to make his way to the semifinals in his shot at A.J. Hines. And then at bottom side of the bracket is Gabe Lackaduk from Velva. Takes on Grant Lyons from Lisbon Broncos. The Lions winner by fall over Fernando Rios from Hillsborough Central Valley in that on that second semifinal at 285 pounds. So Lackaduk and Lyons, and then Hines and Prouty, your semifinalists at 285 pounds. So wrestling action gets underway tomorrow from New Salem at 9 o'clock in the morning. Weigh-ins are at 8. Wrestling begins at 9 with the second and third round wrestlebacks. And then they'll just flow right into the semifinals. And those will be out here on mats 1 and 2. Wrestlebacks will move into the back room or on mat number 3 after that second round of wrestlebacks. And we'll have all that coverage starting at around 10 o'clock tomorrow on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll be live throughout the day. I bring you your semifinals and placing rounds, and then take a short break. Come back for the 45th anniversary and 60th anniversary or 45th annual New Salem recognition as far as the New Salem East-West tournament, and then their 60th anniversary for the wrestling program here in New Salem, and we'll have that on your live event along with the championship matches. We'll break away, come back with a new stream for that. But we'll have all the coverage. Just tune in tomorrow, YourLiveEvent.com. See you tomorrow morning at about 10 o'clock or 10 a.m. for those semifinal bouts. And from New Salem, North Dakota, here on YourLiveEvent.com, I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick. Everybody have a good night, safe travels, and see you tomorrow morning.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to VistoImplement.com. That's VistoImplement.com.
It's really cool to see the beginning and end product.
So it's very satisfying to build something that you know people are really going to appreciate.
We make products that last decades. Being able to stand behind our products and having something that is so known for that is awesome.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.